Salute, salute. We got Prince Charles finna give a speech to Congress, guys. After that, we got Trump. You know, they met up today. Shout out to everybody in the building.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you His Majesty Charles III.
Mr. Vice President, Mr. Speaker, members of Congress, representatives of the American people across all states, territories, cities, and communities. I would like, if I may, to take this opportunity to express my particular gratitude to you all for the great honor of addressing this joint meeting of Congress. And on behalf of the Queen and myself, to thank the American people for welcoming us to the United States to mark this semi-quincentennial year of the Declaration of Independence. And for all of that time, aren't you lucky? And for all of that time, our destinies as nations have been interlinked. As Oscar Wilde said, we have really everything in common with America nowadays, except, of course, language. So, ladies and gentlemen, we meet in times of great uncertainty, in times of conflict from Europe to the Middle East, which pose immense challenges for the international community and whose impact is felt in communities the length and breadth of our own countries. We meet too in the aftermath of the incident not far from this great building that sought to harm the leadership of your nation and to foment wider fear and discord. Let me say with unshakable resolve, such acts of violence will never succeed. Whatever our differences, whatever disagreements we may have, we stand united in our commitment to uphold democracy, to protect all our people from harm, and to salute the courage of those who daily risk their lives in the service of our countries. Standing here today, it is hard not to feel the weight of history on my shoulder, because the modern relationship between our two nations and our own peoples spans not merely 250 years, but over 4 centuries. It is extraordinary to think that I am the 19th in our line of sovereigns to study with daily attention the affairs of America. So I come here today with the highest respect for the United States Congress, this citadel of democracy created to represent the voice of all American people to advance sacred rights and freedoms. Speaking in this renowned chamber of debate and deliberation, I cannot help but think of my late mother, Queen Elizabeth, who in 1991 was also afforded this signal honor and similarly spoke under the watchful eye of the Statue of Freedom above us. Today, I am here on this great occasion in the life of our nations to express the highest regard and friendship of the British people to the people of the United States. Now, as you may know, when I address my own Parliament at Westminster, we still follow an age-old tradition and take a member of Parliament hostage, holding him or her at Buckingham Palace until I am safely returned. These days, we look after our guests rather well, to the point that they often do not want to leave. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, if there were any volunteers for that role here today. As I look back across the centuries, Mr. Speaker, there emerge certain patterns, certain self-evident truths from which we can learn and draw mutual strength. With the spirit of 1776 in our minds, we can perhaps agree that we do not always agree, at least in the first instance. Indeed, the very principle on which your Congress was founded, no taxation without representation, was at once a fundamental decision.
Make sure you guys are double tapping that screen, guys. That's how you hit the like button.
Democratic value.
Double tap the screen of your mobile device.
Ours is a partnership born out of dispute, but no less strong for it. So perhaps in this example, we can discern that our nations are in fact instinctively like-minded, a product of the common democratic, legal, and social traditions in which our governance is rooted to this day. Drawing on these values and traditions, time and again, our two countries have always found ways to come together. And by Jove, Mr. Speaker, when we have found that way to agree, what great change is brought about, not just for the benefit of our peoples, but of all peoples. This, I believe, is the special ingredient in our relationship. As President Trump himself observed during his state visit to Britain last autumn, the bond of kinship and identity between America and the United Kingdom is priceless and eternal. It is irreplaceable and unbreakable. Mr. Speaker, this is by no means my first visit to Washington, D.C., the capital of this great republic. It is, in fact, my 20th visit to the United States and my first as King and head of the Commonwealth. This is a city which symbolizes a period in our shared history, or what Charles Dickens might have called a tale of two Georges. The first president, George Washington, and my 5 times great-grandfather, King George III. King George, as you know, never set foot in America. And please rest assured, ladies and gentlemen, I am not here as part of some cunning rearguard action. The founding fathers were bold and imaginative rebels with a cause. 200 250 years ago, or as we say in the United Kingdom, just the other day, they declared independence by balancing contending forces and drawing strength in diversity. They united 13 disparate colonies to forge a nation on the revolutionary idea of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. They carried with them and carried forward the great inheritance of the British Enlightenment, as well as the ideals which had an even deeper history in English common law and Magna Carta. These roots run deep, and they are still vital. Our Declaration of Rights of 1689 was not only the foundation of our constitutional monarchy, but also provided the source of so many of the principles reiterated, often verbatim, in the American Bill of Rights of 1791. And those roots go even further back in history. The US Supreme Court Historical Society has calculated that Magna Carta is cited in at least 160 Supreme Court cases since 1789, not least as the foundation of the principle that executive power is subject to checks and balances. This is the reason why there stands a stone by the River Thames at Runnymede, where Magna Carta was signed in the year 1215. This stone records that an acre of that ancient and historic site was given to the United States of America by the people of the United Kingdom to symbolize our shared resolve in support of liberty and in memory of President John F. Kennedy. Distinguished members of the 119th Congress, it is here in these very halls that this spirit of liberty and the promise of America's founders is present in every session and every vote cast, not by the will of one, but by the deliberation of many, representing the living mosaic.
Make sure you guys are double tapping that screen, guys. This is how you get the likes up. We need at least 100. Double tap the screen of your mobile device or click the three dots, hit the thumbs up, guys.
And free societies that gives us our collective strength, including to support victims of some of the ills that so tragically exist in both our societies today. And Mr. Speaker, for many here, and for myself, the Christian faith is a firm anchor and daily inspiration that guides us, not only personally, guides us not only personally, but together as members of our community. Having devoted a large part of my life to interfaith relationships and greater understanding,
Lisa B.
is that faith in the triumph of light over darkness, which I have found confirmed countless times. Through it, I am inspired by the profound respect that develops as people of different faiths grow in their understanding of each other. It is why, it is my hope, my prayer, that in these turbulent times, working together and with our international partners, we can stem the beating of plowshares into swords. I am mindful that we are still in the season of Easter, the season that most strengthens my hope. It is why I believe with all my heart that the essence of our two nations is a generosity of spirit and a duty to foster compassion, to promote peace, to deepen mutual understanding, and to value all people of all faiths and of none. The alliance that our two nations have built over the centuries, and for which we are profoundly grateful to the American people, is truly unique. And that alliance is part of what Henry Kissinger described as Kennedy's soaring vision of an Atlantic partnership based on twin pillars, Europe and America. That partnership, I believe, Mr. Speaker, is more important today than it has ever been. The first reigning British sovereign to set foot in America was my grandfather, King George VI. He visited in 1939 with my beloved grandmother, Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother. The forces of fascism in Europe were on the march, and sometime before the United States had joined us in the defense of freedom, our shared values prevailed. Today, we find ourselves in a new era, but those values remain. It is an era that is in many ways more volatile and more dangerous than the world to which my late mother spoke in this chamber in 1991. The challenges we face are too great for any one nation to bear alone. But in this unpredictable environment, our alliance cannot rest on past achievements or assume that foundational principles simply endure. As my Prime Minister said last month, ours is an indispensable partnership. We must not disregard everything that has sustained us for the last 80 years. Instead, we must build on it. Renewal today starts with security. The United Kingdom recognizes that the threats we face demand a transformation in British defense. That is why our country, in order to be fit for the future, has committed to the biggest sustained increase in defense spending since the Cold War, during part of which, over 50 years ago, I served with immense pride in the Royal Navy, following in the naval footsteps of my father, Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, my grandfather, King George VI, my great-uncle, Lord Mountbatten, and my great-grandfather, King George V. This year, of course, also marks the 25th anniversary of 9/11. This atrocity was a defining moment for America, and your pain and shock were felt around the whole world. During my visit to New York, my wife and I will again pay our respects to the victims, the families, and the bravery shown in the face of terrible loss. We stood with you then, and we stand with you now in solemn remembrance of a day that shall never be forgotten.
King Charles III, guys, is giving a speech to Congress. Make sure you double tapping that screen. If you have not, double tap that screen. That's how you hit the like button, or click the three dots in the right-hand corner. Hit them thumbs up, guys. King Charles III addressing Congress. First time in history,
the
guys.
immediate aftermath of 9/11, when NATO invoked Article 5 for the first time, and the United Nations Security Council was united in the face of terror, we answered the call together, as our people have done so for more than a century, shoulder to shoulder through 2 world wars, the Cold War, Afghanistan, and moments that have defined our shared security. Today, Mr. Speaker, that same unyielding resolve is needed for the defense of Ukraine and her most courageous people. It is needed in order to secure a truly just and lasting peace. From the depths of the Atlantic to the disastrously melting ice caps of the Arctic, the commitment and expertise of the United States Armed Forces and its allies lie at the heart of NATO, pledged to each other's defense, protecting our citizens and interests, keeping North Americans and Europeans safe from our common adversaries. Our defense, intelligence, and security ties are hardwired together through relationships measured not in years, but in decades. Today, thousands of US service personnel, defense officials, and their families are stationed in the United Kingdom, as British personnel serve with equal pride across 30 American states. We are building F-35s together, and we have agreed the most ambitious submarine program in history, AUKUS. And we are doing it in partnership with Australia, a country of which I'm also immensely proud to serve as sovereign. We do not embark on these remarkable endeavors together out of sentiment. We do so because they build greater shared resilience for the future, so making our citizens safer for generations to come. Our common ideals were not only crucial for liberty and equality, they are also the foundation of our shared prosperity. The rule of law, the certainty of stable and accessible rules, an independent judiciary resolving disputes and delivering impartial justice. These features created the conditions for centuries of unmatched economic growth in our 2 countries. This is why our governments are concluding new economic and technology agreements to write the next chapter of our joint prosperity and ensure that British and American ingenuity continues to lead the world. Our nations are combining talent and resources in the technologies of tomorrow. Our new partnerships in nuclear fusion and quantum computing, and in AI and drug discovery, holding the promise of saving countless lives. More broadly, we celebrate the $430 billion in annual trade that continues to grow, the $1.7 trillion in mutual investment that fuels that innovation, and the millions of jobs on both sides of the Atlantic, supported across both economies. These are strong foundations on which to continue to build for generations yet unborn, Our ties in education, research, and cultural exchange empower citizens and future leaders of both countries. The Marshall Scholarship, named after the great General George Marshall, and the association of which I am so proud to be patron, are emblematic of the connection between our two countries. Since its founding, more than 2,300 scholarships have been awarded, opening doors for Americans from all walks of life to study at the United Kingdom's leading universities. So as we look toward the next 250 years, we must also reflect on our shared responsibility to safeguard nature, our most precious and irreplaceable asset. Millennia before our nations existed, before any border drawn, the mountains of Scotland and Appalachia were one, a single continuous range forged in the ancient collision of continents. The natural wonders of the United States of America are indeed a unique asset, and generations of Americans have risen to this calling. Indigenous, political, and civic leaders, people in rural communities and cities alike, have all helped to protect and nurture what President Theodore Roosevelt called the glorious heritage of this land's extraordinary natural splendor, on which so much of its prosperity has always depended. Yet, even as we celebrate the beauty that surrounds us, our generation must decide how to address the collapse of critical natural systems, which threatens far more than the harmony and essential diversity of nature. We ignore at our peril the fact that these natural systems, in other words, nature's own economy, provide the foundation for our prosperity and our national security. The story of the United Kingdom and the United States is at its heart a story of reconciliation, renewal, and remarkable partnership. From the bitter divisions of 250 years ago, we forged a friendship that has grown into one of the most consequential alliances in human history. I pray with all my heart that our alliance will continue to defend our shared values with our partners in Europe and the Commonwealth and across the world. And that we ignore the clarion calls to become ever more inward-looking. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Vice President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, America's words carry weight and meaning, as they have since independence. The actions of this great nation matter even more. President Lincoln understood this so well with his reflection in the magisterial Gettysburg Address, that the world may little note what we say, but will never forget what we do. And so to the United States of America, on your 250th birthday, let our two countries rededicate ourselves to each other in the selfless service of our peoples and of all the peoples of the world. God bless the United States, and God bless the United Kingdom.
Prince Charles, guys, addressing Congress. What did y'all think about what he had to say, man? What y'all think about King Charles now, the third? Basically, speaking with Congress, guys. All right, I don't think they have any after that. All right, let's move on to Trump, guys. Trump also gave a speech this morning, welcoming King Charles. Check it out.
Thank you very much, everybody. What a beautiful British day this is. And it really is. Your Majesties, members of the British delegation, friends, service members, and distinguished guests, welcome to the beautiful White House. Great honor to have you. Melania and I will never forget the spectacular honor Your Majesties showed us during our extraordinary visit to Windsor Castle last September. Now it is our tremendous privilege to host you, and you're going to have a wonderful short stay, but stay nevertheless. Then you're going over to Congress, and you're going to make a speech that's going to make everybody very envious of that beautiful accent of yours. Very elegant. He's a very elegant man. Here in the shadows of monuments to George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, honoring the British King might seem an ironic beginning to our celebration of 250 years of American independence. But in fact, no tribute could be more appropriate. Long before Americans had a nation or a constitution, we first had a culture, a character, and a creed. Before we ever proclaimed our independence, Americans carried within us the rarest of gifts, moral courage, and it came from a small but mighty kingdom from across the sea. For nearly 2 centuries before the revolution, this land was settled and forged by men, women who bore in their souls the blood and noble spirit of the British. Here on a wild and untamed continent, they set loose the ancient English love of liberty and the Great Britain's distinctive sense of glory, destiny, and pride. And that's what it is: glory, destiny, and pride. The American patriots who pledged their lives to independence in 1776 were the heirs to this majestic inheritance. Their veins ran with Anglo-Saxon courage. Their hearts beat with an English faith in standing firm for what is right, good, and true. In recent years, we've often heard it said that America is merely an idea, but the cause of freedom did not simply appear as an intellectual invention of 1776. The American founding was the culmination of hundreds of years of thought, struggle, sweat, blood, and sacrifice on both sides of the Atlantic. Fate drew a long arc from
President Trump, guys. President Trump.
To the streets of Philadelphia that ran through the lives of people born and bred on the British code that no man should be denied either justice or right. American patriots today can sing "My Country 'Tis of Thee, Sweet Land of Liberty," only because our colonial ancestors first sang "God Save the King." We see today a living symbol of this centuries-old bond, just a few dozen feet to the left where I stand. There, Her late Majesty, Queen Elizabeth, an incredible woman who I had the privilege of getting to know. Queen Elizabeth II, very, very special woman who is very greatly missed on both sides of that mighty Atlantic. Long ago planted a young tree. It was a very young and beautiful tree, and look at it now. It's tripled in size and tripled in strength, very much as our nations have even more than tripled. like our nation itself, it was laid with British hands but grew in American soil. Today it stands tall and proud, reaching ever higher. And this morning it reminds us that the mightiest of trees, like the greatest of nations, must be anchored by the strongest and deepest of roots. In the centuries since we won our independence, Americans have had no closer friends than the British. We share that same root. We speak the same language. We hold the same values. And together our warriors have defended the same extraordinary civilization under twin banners of red, white, and blue. My wonderful mother, Mary MacLeod, was born in Stornoway, Scotland, the Hebrides, and that's what they call very serious Scotland. There's no question about it. Some places they say, well, it wasn't really Scotland. The Hebrides, that's real serious Scotland. That's where they had their greatest of warriors, their greatest of warriors. She came to America at 19, met my incredible father. We loved him so much. We all loved him. We loved her. We loved him, Fred, and they were married for 63 years. And excuse me, if you don't mind, that's a record we won't be able to match, darling. I'm sorry. Just not going to work out that way. We'll do well, but we're not going to do that well. 63 years. And my mother, I just see it so clearly. She loved, I told the king this, she loved the royal family, and she loved the queen. And anytime the queen was involved in a ceremony or anything, my mother would be glued to the television, and she'd say, look, Donald, look how beautiful that is. She really did love the family. But I also remember her saying very clearly, Charles, look, young Charles, he's so cute. My mother had a crush on Charles. Can you believe it? Amazing how, I wonder what she's thinking right now. But beneath those beautiful flags, 8 decades ago, Prime Minister Winston Churchill and President Franklin Roosevelt famously met on a ship in the North Atlantic to outline a vision for the free world after World War II. That understanding of our nation's unique bond and role in history is the essence of our special relationship, and we hope it will always remain that way. The ship where the two great leaders met was called the Prince of Wales, the very title that His Majesty the King held longer than any other.
Let's take time to double tap that
British
screen, guys. If you have not
history,
double tapped the screen of your mobile
with
device,
great
that's how you
pride
hit the
and
like
respect.
button. Or click the 3
It's said
dots, hit that
when
thumbs up.
Prime Minister
Remember to
Churchill
subscribe
first
if you are new.
this future king many decades ago, he was so impressed. He made the statement, he is so young to think so much and so well. And the bust of your great prime minister rests proudly again in the Oval Office. We're very proud to bring it back. We brought it back. Throughout His Majesty's life, the world has witnessed that same thoughtfulness which first struck Britain's greatest prime minister. His Majesty's intellect, passion, and devotion have been really a blessing to the British people. But not only to his own country, but to the cherished bond between the United States and the United Kingdom. And I am very certain that it will continue that way long into the future. In a few hours, His Majesty will stand in the heart of the United States Capitol as the very first British king ever to address a joint session of the United States Congress. So he's going to be addressing
Thank you for the
Congress said,
gifts.
"I'm
Thank
gonna
y'all for the
watch it."
gifts.
I was thinking of going, but they said, I don't know. That might be a step too far. I would love to go. It's not supposed to be protocol, but I would love to be with you. But there, the direct descendant of King George III will speak to the direct successor of the very body that gathered in Independence Hall on July 4th, 1776. If John Adams and George Washington or the King's fifth great-grandfather could see that sight, they might be absolutely shocked, but probably only for a moment. Surely they would be delighted that the wounds of war healed into the most cherished friendship. Think of that very, very long ago difficult war, and yet those wounds did indeed heal into the most cherished of friendships, most cherished. They would be moved beyond words to know that the soldiers who once called each other Redcoats and Yankees became the Tommies and the GIs who together saved the free world as brothers in arms and brothers in eternity, and nobody fought better together than us. If they
30
could
more
see
likes,
us
guys. Double tap
today,
that screen. Get the
our
likes up.
ancestors would
Double tap the screen of
surely
your
be
mobile
filled with
device.
awe and
Or
pride
click the three
that the
dots, hit the thumbs
Anglo-American
up.
Revolution and human
Subscribe if you're
freedom
new, guys.
was
Subscribe to the
never,
channel.
ever extinguished, but carried forward across centuries, across oceans, and across history until it became a fire that lit the entire world. So today we look back on 250 years. Let us remember what has made our countries the two most exceptional nations the world has ever known. And together, let us go forward with even stronger resolve to carry on our sacred devotion to liberty and to the traditions of excellence that have been our shared gift of all mankind. Your Majesties, thank you once again for making this important visit. We are so honored. May God forever bless the United Kingdom, Great Britain, and Northern Ireland, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
All right. All right. So we got words from President Trump. We also got words from hold on. We also got word from King Charles, guys, the third. Now, and more breaking news, something that just came across. The FBI, basically has indicted one of their own. Former FBI director James Comey, guys, has been indicted again. They most definitely talking about it on multiple sites. Yeah, man, he just got indicted again. The FBI is finna hold a press conference, but here's a little bit of the backstory of how he got himself in this entire situation, guys. This is crazy. Yeah, James Comey indicted again. Let's go.
The first indictment was about him lying to Congress and these leaks to the press. That has nothing to do with this indictment. We are told that this has to do with the case that you heard Caitlin Polans talking about earlier, this investigation from Secret Service into Comey's social media post that he posted a picture on the beach of seashells that said 8647. Then he deleted that post, but at the time, Republicans said that he was trying to incite violence against President Trump using that kind of social media post there. Now, I will tell you that
double tap that screen, guys. Get the likes up.
Correlated this to what happened on Saturday night, saying we've already seen all of this incitement of violence. We just saw it again on Saturday night. Not that these two things were directly related, but referencing the event on Saturday night while talking about this indictment in particular and the case around this social media post. It will be interesting to hear what we hear from the Justice Department on this, if there is any kind of actual correlation talking about this incitement of violence. But it also comes at a point where we are hearing from this White House nonstop saying that this is all about political rhetoric, that the reason that there have been so many assassination attempts have been because of rhetoric against President Trump. Obviously, we know that rhetoric on both sides of the aisle has been increasingly violent.
Hey, everybody, let's take time to double tap that screen. Get the likes up. Double tap the screen of your mobile device or click those three dots, hit that thumbs up, guys. The likes help out the channel, so feel free, to support the channel by simply hitting the like button. It's free. All you have to do is double tap your screen, guys. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. If you're on a mobile device, double tap your screen. Any other device, click the three dots in the right-hand corner, hit that thumbs up, guys. Breaking news, James Comey indicted again, guys.
This political environment that we are currently in. But that is what we know so far about the current indictment against James Comey, that this is about that social media post, which at the time the Secret Service said that they were going to investigate.
Kristen, thank you so much for that reporting. Caitlin Polance is with us now. So Caitlin, the sourcing indicates that this is over that 8647 post that James Comey published online now years ago. There's no indication, there's no evidence at this point that we're aware of that's in the public that post had anything to do with what happened on Saturday night, correct?
Correct. Boris, that post was from May of 2025. So several months ago, almost a year ago. And at the time, what happened, I was just going back to remember exactly how this went down. Comey posted it. 8647 people who were Trump allies and Republicans responded to it, initially believing that it was a call to potentially assassinate the president. 86 is what is commonly used in restaurant speak to say when something is out or no more. And 47 would be the 47th president's. The Seashell Post back in May of 2025, James Comey, after this was posted, after there was blowback from Republicans and people who were allied with Donald Trump, he took the post down and he said publicly, "I didn't realize some folks associate those numbers with violence. It never occurred to me, but I oppose violence of any kind. So I took the post down." But the Department of Homeland Security Secretary at the time, Kristi Noem, she said that she did want to have Comey investigated for the assassination, for calling for an assassination of Donald Trump.
Wow,
the FBI director was also standing by to work on that investigation. They spoke to Comey. It didn't result in anything. But as Kristen noted, we are in a different moment. And this has been a moment where the Justice Department and Donald Trump have wanted to see James Comey investigated, prosecuted, indicted for multiple different inquiries. We know that there have been multiple inquiries around Comey, his work as the FBI director, potentially other things that had happened after he was the FBI director. The perjury case that he previously faced in the Eastern District of Virginia, that evidence was very much locked down by a judge after the dismissal of that case. We are still waiting to hear exactly what else is going on here. I just spoke to the clerk's office in North Carolina, in the federal court that would be covering the beaches there, which is very possibly where this would have been, where he would have taken that photo. They have nothing yet that they knew of, and I'm looking at the court records and there's nothing online at this time. So we're waiting more from either the court or the Justice Department or from Comey himself to get a response. Right now, still a lot of questions, but this indictment, it clearly is something much different than what Donald Trump has been so angry about over all these years, the Russia investigation that James Comey oversaw in 2016. Instead, it's about a social media post that James Comey took down and said he intended no harm with from May of 2025.
Yeah, a curveball there. Caitlin Polance, thank you so much. Or thanks to Kristen Holmes at the White House as well. Let's bring in National Security Attorney Bradley Moss. Bradley, thanks for being with us. What is your reaction to this news? James Comey indicted for a second time.
If at first you don't succeed, try again, Donald. Eventually you'll
Just
get it.
anything besides
we're waiting to hear, as
besides
Caitlin
the,
just noted, where this was even brought, and what the charges are. Two of the likely angles that she mentioned there, if they were to try that again, whether it's the perjury issue that was tried in the Eastern District of Virginia, or if it's that photo with the 8647, if they try to bring up some kind of threat against the president, prosecution along those lines, those would be a joke. They're, the pretrial motions write themselves. A third-year law student can get those tossed, let alone the top team he'll have defending him. What we don't know, and what will be interesting to see is this the first
James
shot coming out of South Florida, where we know there's this ongoing attempt by
violence
Trump allies in the Justice Department to try to bring some sort of grand conspiracy charge dating all the way back to 2016 and Crossfire Hurricane and the intelligence community assessment of 2017. They are finally trying to bring that case. It'll be fascinating to see if they are. It's riddled with legal problems. Waiting to see what the indictment shows, but I am not by any means impressed by this maneuver.
I also wonder about recent changes at the DOJ, and specifically I'm talking about former Attorney General Pam Bondi's exit. President Trump on social media posted about his frustrations over her not pursuing prosecutions against some of his political rivals, Comey among them, as well as Letitia James, James Brennan, et cetera. Does it say something about how the new acting Attorney General, Todd Blanche, President Trump's former personal attorney, might approach these cases?
Yeah, it's certainly something we're going to learn about in the pretrial motions, no doubt, in some form of discovery. Were there declination memos? Did this already try to get brought up? And Pam Bondi, of all people, who was by no means weak-willed when it came to trying to bring prosecutions in support of Donald Trump's vendetta, did she turn these down? And yet Todd Blanche and now Joe DiGenova as well, who was brought in as a counselor to DOJ out in Florida, are they now trying to bring this over the objections of career prosecutors who previously rejected this? It's going to look terrible for the Justice Department and its reputation, no doubt, when this all gets fleshed out in some form of criminal discovery. And if this ever gets to trial, which I don't expect it will. But Donald Trump doesn't care about that. What he wants is what he's getting right this moment, which is the headline, James Comey indicted. He wants the spectacle. He doesn't care about what comes out in the end. If he gets prosecuted and convicted, that's just a bonus for Donald Trump. He wants these chyrons right now.
And no doubt, whether there's a case, whether he winds up getting prosecuted, however the case gets adjudicated, it is expensive to mount a defense. And there's no doubt that Comey wasn't looking forward to headlines like this. So it is interesting that you raised that point. Bradley Moss, thanks so much for the perspective.
So James Comey, guys, indicted again, guys. It's all over the news, man. Breaking news, guys. Breaking news.
Threat against the president. This case is separate from the one in Virginia last year, you may remember, which was eventually thrown out after a judge found the prosecutor was appointed illegally. It's the latest instance of President Trump's Justice Department targeting one of his political enemies, but the first under acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, who at one time was Trump's defense lawyer. Joining me now, D.C. Managing Editor Catherine Falders and presidential historian and political contributor
James
Mark
Comey indicted,
Mark,
guys.
thank you so much for working double duty on two different topics for us. Catherine, let's start with you.
Breaking news.
What exactly is Comey being
guys.
accused of in the indictment?
So we haven't seen
He's the former
indictment
FBI
yet. I
director.
believe that still remains under seal. The Department of Justice will likely talk about this later, but what we know, Kira, for a fact is that, according to our sources, a federal grand jury in North Carolina has indicted Comey over that controversial Instagram post that you just mentioned, where he walked by that seashell formation on the beach in North Carolina. Right there, you can see 8647. Now, that is he's says that he was walking by that. He did not assemble those shells himself. And that's citing the slang meaning of 86, which means to nix or get rid of somebody. Now, what Trump administration officials have said, that's a veiled threat at getting rid of, if you will, President Trump. Now, it's very important to point out here that prosecutors are likely going to face a really high legal bar to prove that that post by Comey, in which he says that he stumbled upon that. He says he has said and contended that he did not assemble those seashells himself. Prosecutors are going to have to prove that that Instagram post constituted a true threat. And it's important to point out that the Supreme Court in 2023 found it required an individual to show that they understood the message that they were posting. That would require a true threat. Comey has said that he didn't know what it means, and he's since deleted that post. Nevertheless, a grand jury in North Carolina has returned an indictment over that Instagram post.
All right. And I understand now we have our Chief Justice Correspondent, Pierre Thomas, that just was able to connect with us. So, Pierre, anything that you know? I understand the indictment is sealed, so we're not quite sure exactly what's in there. But what more can you tell us from your sources, and what comes next?
To reiterate what Catherine was saying, we do believe that it has to do with this photograph, 8647. And again, what the prosecutors will allege, we're told, is that constituted a threat. Now, what we're going to have to look for when we see these charges, when they're unsealed, is what other evidence do they have to support the notion that this was an actual threat, that Comey intended to have a negative impact on the president of the United States. We need to see what that evidence is going to be. This is obviously going to raise questions about the First Amendment and freedom of speech. So the key will be in the details. Again, what we have, again, are the basics that a grand jury has indicted former FBI Director James Comey. We're expecting that we will hear from DOJ later this afternoon, although there is no comment from the Justice Department at present.
We do have.
All right, let's bring in our legal beagle here, Brian Buckmeyer, on this. Brian, knowing little of what we know, but just looking at the Instagram post, does this, to you, qualify as a true threat?
No, Kira, it doesn't in any way,
shape, or form.
True threats are supposed to be imminent and unconditional. For example, if you say, I'm going to punch you if you cross this line, that is conditional. You have to do something in order for it to happen. It also has to be imminent, that the threat's coming up. This is a law school problem in the sense of we as attorneys have all done this case. There was a case, not to get too much into the history, but there's a case back in 1966 where I think a gentleman by the name of last name Watts, because the case is Watts v. United States, that said, I've got my draft papers and I'm not going to go. If I'm forced to go into the draft, the first person I'm going to put in my sights is LBJ. That went all the way up to the Supreme Court, and they said that that wasn't a threat. If saying you're going to put the president in the crosshairs if you get drafted is not a threat, I can't imagine that seashells on a beach with 4 numbers, regardless of the order or what they can be inferred to, the courts are going to look at it and say that's a true threat.
So if you were defending James Comey on this, how would you argue?
I would argue this is not a true threat. This does not fit the definition that what prosecutors are doing. And I think what is eventually going to happen is we're going to get the indictment. We're going to get the grand jury minutes, meaning what was said in the grand jury. And we're going to see how this is articulated as a threat, either from the person who sent it, the person who put the seashells down, or the person who interpreted. And I don't think any form of interpretation is going to show that this is a true threat. That is a legal term. That is not like a colloquial term. There are standards and factors I have to go into. And I
it's crazy
to a few
you even got in this situation in the first place.
I don't think it fits the definition of a true threat.
Did he know it was there?
Was have even more severe threats, like Watts v. United States, the Supreme Court case I cited, that are going to show that this falls short of what the courts will say is a true threat.
So, Pierre Thomas, are we hearing from Comey or his attorneys?
We have reached out to Comey's attorneys. There is no immediate response. We're not particularly surprised by that in this sense that, the last time we believe that Comey was indicted, they heard about it later in the process. There was no what we would call the professional courtesy where the department would have given them a heads up to say this is going to happen. So we think that is probably what happened here. We will also wait to see Comey's response. Last time he posted a video with a very direct and aggressive response, saying basically bring it on, and that he was not, fearful of the DOJ's actions against him, and that he believes this is basically weaponization of the Justice Department against a political enemy of the president.
So, Mark, how extraordinary is this? Is it, I guess, in this moment, for this to be playing out while President Trump is celebrating our country's history with King Charles? I mean, this isn't really in line with American tradition for the Justice Department to be going after the president's political enemies.
But I think very much in line with Donald Trump's ambitions. I mean, he has weaponized the Justice Department, as we have seen. And really, this seems to be a loyalty test for Todd Blanche. Pam Bondi was fired by the president and replaced by Todd Blanche. I think Pam Bondi was not meeting the president's expectations in terms of her going after his political enemies. Todd Blanche is clearly putting James Comey once again in the crosshairs. Whether this is meets legal tests or not, it is still a big hassle for James Comey and makes a statement from Donald Trump to political enemies about what he is willing to do through his Department of Justice, Kira.
Got it. I'm now seeing I'm being handed it. Well, when we saw the photo, the photo that was posted on Instagram, it's since been taken down. And is this Comey's response after he took it down?
Indicted,
so this was
guys.
May 15th, 2025, after he took the post down. He said, I posted earlier a picture of some shells I saw today on a beach walk, which I assumed were a political message. I didn't realize some folks associate those numbers with violence. It never occurred to me, but I oppose violence of any kind, so I took the post down. Brian Buckmeyer, what do you think about that?
Yeah, so again, and it's interesting to me that this case that we're seeing in the indictment is so close to what we saw in the litigation of that Watts v. United States case, where it says what was said by Watts in saying he was going to put LBJ in the crosshair was not a true threat, but political hyperbole. I think here, Comey can make the same argument as well, that 186, while it can mean to take someone out through the use of violence, it could also mean to take someone out. People can interpret it as you have to vote the person out. You have to make sure they don't have the ability to enact their policies while in office. That this might be political hyperbole as he understood it. And I think that makes for a very strong argument. You can also go and I think you can look at the context of James Comey. You can look at the context of previous statements. I would imagine and believe that he's never made an outward threat towards the president in terms of his life or his safety. And then why would this outlier be one in which he does in this form, in this way, with seashells on the beach and not something else? I think the interpretation here would help him with that statement that he made and taking down of the picture, showing what he understood this to be. And I'll also be very curious as to whether or not that information that you just read was given to the grand jury or taken away from them in their effort to file this indictment and get a true bill.
Pierre, your thoughts on this Instagram post and intent?
Again, I think in terms of the political debate going forward in connection with this case, a lot of it is going to come down to intent. What can former Director Comey show to prove that he had no intentions of anyone being harmed? And what can DOJ prove in terms of evidence that would say otherwise? So I think that is going to be key here. But again, we await to see what the actual charges are and what the specifics are. And we also are, again, expecting to hear from DOJ later this afternoon. Right now, again, no official comment from DOJ headquarters.
All right, Catherine, final thoughts before we take it to break.
Well, we'll see what DOJ says and how Comey responds. But again, it's going to be a high bar. This would have to constitute a true threat. And Kira, exactly what you read from Comey on May 15th, that he said after it was brought to his attention, basically, that this could possibly be associated with violence, that he took the post down. And of course, that he wouldn't want to obviously endorse violence in any way. So obviously prosecutors have a high bar to prove that he intended to post that message that would harm President Trump.
Wow.
Catherine, Pierre, Mark, Brian, thank you all so much.
So former head of FBI, man, James Comey, done got himself in the jam, guys. He done got himself in a predicament. He has most definitely got indicted again, guys. Second time. It's crazy. Yeah. That's all I can say is, yeah, steady making the same mistakes, guys. Crazy.
Story, he's here in Washington. Hey, David, they're going to go at it again. John, they're going at it again, not even a year after they went at it after the first time. We're told this via several law enforcement sources. We're told this is related to an Instagram post from the former FBI director last year. When he posted on the beach, you may remember there was a formation of shells that said 8647 that were in that pairing of 8647. And he said something along the lines of, isn't this a curious formation that I just found while walking on the beach? Well, critics to that post immediately pointed out that 86, at least in the restaurant world, means to get rid of or to kill something from a menu. 47 meaning the 47th president of the United States. So
wow,
did
guys.
Speak with the Secret Service, did speak with federal investigators at the time. He was interviewed last spring or early last summer, shortly after that happened. No charges were ever filed, but now it appears that he has been indicted today. We're working to learn more about the indictment. We're waiting to see if officials have anything to say on this. That is the post that you see right there, cool shell formation on my beach walk, from former director James Comey. Now, you also remember that he was indicted last year as well for allegedly lying to Congress in some testimony that he gave.
Wow, guys. Wow, wow, wow.
That was actually thrown out by a judge. A neutral third-party judge had to get involved and ruled that Lindsay Halligan, the Trump-appointed interim U.S. attorney in the Eastern District of Virginia, could not lawfully serve, was not lawfully serving in that role because she was not Senate confirmed. So his case got thrown out. Letitia James, the U.S. Or the Attorney General, in the state of New York, her case was thrown out related to alleged mortgage fraud, also in the Eastern District of Virginia because of the Lindsay Halligan issue. But it appears that DOJ has gone back for a second crack. It appears that, and they have gotten an indictment, and this comes under the leadership of Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, who's been on the job in that position since former Attorney General Pam Bondi was fired several weeks ago. So certainly an update that maybe we weren't expecting.
He's indicted.
Today,
he might be on his way.
Director James Comey indicted for a second time. This has been this is related, I should say, to that shell formation 8647. And I will just end on this before you, if you have any questions. This is done by a jury of his peers, a grand jury of his peers, that they believe they had enough evidence to go forward with an indictment, which is, I think, is an important point.
All right, so we haven't seen the indictment yet. 86 is a widely used phrase to get rid of something. It's sometimes interpreted as to off somebody, 86, that person. So, I mean, what are we looking at here? Potential charge of making threats against the president?
It's potential. That's what we may see. And, I'd be remiss if I didn't
make
say
sure you
that
guys
this
subscribe
comes at a
to the
time when
channel.
President
Subscribe
for the
guys.
firing of Jimmy Kimmel for the rhetoric. We saw what happened. John, you and I were at the White House Correspondents' Dinner on Saturday night, and luckily nobody turned out to get seriously injured there. We're all thankful for that. So this comes at a time where the rhetoric, the administration believes the rhetoric against the president is just completely unnecessary. And while this is something that happened almost a year ago, it shows the Justice Department is not by any means forgetting that the former FBI director did this. I think the former FBI director might be a little surprised by this, given the fact that he had a rather non-confrontational interview via sources last year with the FBI and with the Secret Service. Said, listen, I made a mistake. He voluntarily came in and did this interview, but now he is facing at least one federal charge. We don't have the exact indictment yet. We're told we're going to be getting that shortly. This is all evolving right now. John, Jillian.
David, you mentioned that this is one of the first big indictments to come.
DOJ is announcing his charges, guys. Get over here. Breaking news. James Comey indicted again. And the FBI and the DOJ is announcing his charges right now. Live. This is live, guys.
About May 15th of last year, he knowingly and willfully making a threat to take the life of and to inflict bodily harm upon the President of the United States. Count 2, same day, May 15th, 2025, that the defendant, James Comey, knowingly and willfully transmitting in interstate commerce a communication that contained a threat to kill the President of the United States. Both of these counts carry a maximum
live, guys,
of 10 years. So I think it's fair to say that threatening
the life of anybody is dangerous and potentially a crime. Threatening the life of the President of the United States will never be tolerated by the Department of Justice. Over the past year, this department has charged dozens of cases involving threats against all sorts of individuals. We take these seriously, every single one of them. For example, just today in the Northern District of Florida, there was a guilty plea from an individual who threatened multiple political leaders, including President Trump. In the Eastern District of North Carolina, where this case was indicted earlier today, there are multiple threats cases very similar to this one, including one where the defendant pled guilty recently to threatening former President Biden, another one that's scheduled to go to trial this summer, another one indicted, an individual was indicted for threatening Tom Homan. I say that to say that while this case is unique and this indictment stands out because of the name of the defendant, his alleged conduct is the same kind of conduct that we will never tolerate and that we will always investigate and regularly prosecute. I want to take a moment to thank the hardworking members of the FBI who investigated this case over the past 11 months or so, the United States Secret Service who also assisted in this investigation, and the United States Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of North Carolina, led by United States Attorney Ellis Boyle, who's standing to my right. This was an investigation that remains ongoing. That's been ongoing for about a year, and that's all we're going to say about it today. I will let the U.S. Attorney Boyle speak now, and then after that, Director Patel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. Earlier today, a grand jury in the Eastern District of North Carolina returned a true bill indicting Mr. James Comey with committing 2 felonies. Count 1, he knowingly and willfully made a threat to kill and to inflict bodily harm upon the President of the United States in violation of 18 U.S.C. 871A. Count 2, he knowingly and willfully transmitted in interstate and foreign commerce a communication that contained a threat to kill President Trump in violation of 18 U.S.C. 875C. Mr. Comey will be given every form of due process all citizens are entitled to receive, to include a trial by a jury of his peers. In the Eastern District of North Carolina, it doesn't matter who you are. We take all threat cases seriously and prosecute anyone who violates federal law, regardless of title or status. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cash Patel,
the
FBI,
General, the U.S. Attorney, former FBI Director James Comey has now been indicted for 2 felony counts. While many of you may read this indictment and view this matter as a simple investigation, it is the farthest thing from that. Every single investigation this FBI and our partners at the Department of Justice undertake, especially those that involve the threats to harm or hurt or even kill individuals, whether they hold public office or civilians in our country, are met with the same measure of investigative prowess and tools and personnel in partnership with the Department of Justice as anyone else. As the U.S. Attorney indicated, James Comey will be afforded every matter of due process under the United States Constitution. And as the Attorney General indicated, this has been a case that's been investigated over the past 9, 10, 11 months. These cases take time. Our investigators work methodically. They are career agents, career prosecutors who work these matters. They call the balls and strikes in the field as they see fit pursuant to the facts of the case and the law. They took that information and made a presentment to a grand jury, a jury of peers in the district in which the alleged crime took place. And that grand jury spoke, and that grand jury returned a 2-count indictment against James Comey.
Wow,
James Comey,
guys.
allegedly threatened the life of the President of the United States. And as you all now know, shortly after posting that threat, he deleted that threat and then issued an apology. All of that information was presented to the grand jury, and Mr. Comey will have his day in court and his ability to speak to a jury of his peers. Thank you.
Let's take this time to double tap that screen, guys. Get the likes up if you're on a mobile device, or click the 3 dots in the right-hand corner. Hit that thumbs up, guys. Subscribe to the channel if you're new.
This filing today also issued an arrest
Double tap
warrant
that screen. Let's get the likes up.
Is it your belief that that he is a continued public threat? And is there a request also for detention that you anticipate will be made in this case?
So the Department of Justice does not issue arrest warrants, grand juries do. And so the grand jury returned an indictment and arrest warrant. I expect that there will be communication with Mr. Comey's counsel.
We need the likes past 300, guys. Double tap that screen if you have not.
Hundreds of others.
Continue to hit the like button.
There will be some sort of arraignment set by the judge or assigned to the magistrate judge, and when that happens, you'll know about it.
This is being handled differently from the last time he was indicted. That's my reference. In this case, the department requested an arrest warrant, right?
Well, I don't think that it's public or clear what the department requested. The grand jury issued an arrest
You
warrant.
most definitely lied.
Yes.
Sir, how will you prove intent when, as the director had acknowledged, Mr. Comey said he did not associate 86 with doing harm, and he took it down promptly, said it was political speech, not an intent to harm the president?
Well, it's not. This case was indicted today. This conduct occurred about a year ago, May 15th of last year. There's been a tremendous amount of investigation. And how do you prove intent in any case? You prove intent with witnesses, with documents, with the defendant himself to the extent it's appropriate. And that's how we'll improve intent in this case. And so I think that talking about what Mr. Comey will or will not do if there's a trial, when there's a trial, it's very premature for me to do that today.
General Blanch, I want to ask you a quick question about, there's a number of other different types of conduct Comey has been accused of over the past. One of them is abuse of FISA warrants. I wanted to ask if there's anything that we could talk about today in regards to that, but on a separate matter, if I may ask any more updates about the ballistics forensic analysis with the shooting that happened over the weekend.
So on the first question, no, there's nothing else to report about any investigations or anything involving Mr. Comey except the indictment that was returned today by the grand jury. I don't have anything further to talk about with the ballistics that are still being analyzed. And I said it yesterday, and every law enforcement member who is speaking on this issue is saying the same thing as they should, which is that this is an ongoing investigation with really, really smart experts trying to understand what happened in that shooting and where the bullets went and ended up and where the bullets came from. And once that is at a place where we can definitively say, to the extent we can definitively say, we will let you know.
Director Comey posted this almost a year ago. Why bring this case now? Did you always feel like this was a strong prosecution, or did something change recently?
This investigation just didn't come now. It's the result of a lot of work by law enforcement over the past year. We don't time when we bring cases around anything other than when the investigation is at a place where we should go to the grand jury, and that's exactly what we did in this case as well.
As a former FBI director, you may not agree with what he did. Should he be able to turn himself in as a former FBI director? He's not a flight risk.
I didn't say he can't turn himself in.
So he's not under arrest right now, and he may be able to.
I don't know whether he's under arrest right now. I'm here talking to you. The grand jury issued an arrest warrant. I think that the way that this happens is different in every case. It's fact intensive. It depends on, you're right, who the defendant is. It depends on whether he has counsel. It depends on what the judge wants done. And so I don't know when the judge will schedule an initial arraignment, if that will be scheduled by the magistrate or the district court judge. I am sure. I don't know if you want to speak to that.
James Comey,
or if it's just
indicted for the second time, guys. Double tap that screen, get the likes up.
Mr. Comey does.
Subscribe to the channel if you're new.
I want to leave that up to the line prosecutors in the Eastern District of North Carolina, the FBI agents, and the work that they're doing.
Why, Director Patel, maybe you said that it's a complicated thing. A lot of people might think it's an easy case. Why did it take so long? I know that you guys chose to go with this now, but to the layman just looking at this case, or layperson looking at the case, it was an Instagram post. He apologized. Why did it take so long?
Well, I'm not going to get into the details of the investigation itself, but a lot of these cases, you could look at when the threats were made and when charges are brought. They're not easy cases. And so we have to, there's a communication that's sent in allegedly in this case. And so that means that we have to look at devices. Mr. Comey is a lawyer. He has lawyers. So to the extent that we're looking at materials that are potentially privileged, we have to get a wall, set up a wall and let totally independent lawyers look at those. And so that doesn't happen overnight or quickly. And the statute of limitations on this is 5 years. We brought it in under 1 year. So that's really where we're at.
The DOJ announcing the charges against James Comey, guys, former head of the FBI.
Can you at least give us a sense of whether you have hard evidence or evidence that shows that Mr. Comey intended for President Trump to be harmed? And then secondarily, for critics who say, where does free speech end and an actual threat of violence begin?
I don't know what critics say that, especially today, but it's not a very difficult line to look at. And it's not, in my mind, a difficult line for one to cross over one way or the other. You are not allowed to threaten the President of the United States of America. That's not my decision. That's Congress's decision in a statute that they passed that we charge multiple times a year. And so whether there is a defense, as you just described, maybe there is, but the government will have evidence. I am not going to talk about the evidence that we have. That's unfair to him. It's unfair to the prosecutors, but it's enough to say that the grand jury returned an indictment. I'm just take one more question.
Thank you, sir. Mary Margaret with the Daily Wire. Should we expect more indictments of this sort? For example, in 2020, Gretchen Whitmer did a TV hit with 8645 on her desk in the background. Is that the kind of thing you would pursue? And then just really quickly, should Comey expect to face more charges for his role in the Russia collusion investigations?
I'm not going to comment on other investigations involving Mr. Comey. He was indicted in the Eastern District of Virginia. That was dismissed on procedural grounds because of the judge's finding regarding the U.S. attorney. So that case is under appeal. As far as other investigations that are happening, it would not be appropriate or fair for me to comment on that time. As far as other incidents of threats against the President of the United States, those will be investigated. Every case is different. The facts are different. Who makes the threat matters. What the threat says matters. You're right. The question about intent matters, and we have to prove that. That's something that's our job, and that's something that prosecutors will have to do in front of a jury at the right time.
You said that's something that's our job.
It's not fair to the American people. It's not fair to the defendant, and it's certainly not fair to the prosecutors to compare. Well, if you did it here, why didn't you do it there? Every case is different. But there's one thing that will never be different, which is that you cannot threaten to kill the President of the United States. Full stop. All right. Thanks a lot, guys.
Did President Trump's message to Pam Bondi
say they're not answering any more questions? So the FBI and the Department of Justice basically just came out and indicted James Comey, guys, for threats made against the president. That's crazy, y'all, but it's most definitely real. Double tap that screen, get the likes up. Most definitely double tap the screen if you're on a mobile device, or click the 3 dots in the right-hand corner, guys, and hit the thumbs up. It helps out the channel, and it is free, guys. Costs you nothing. Most definitely support the channel by hitting the like button. The like is very necessary as we have breaking news, guys. James Comey, former head of FBI, indicted for the second time.
That breaking news comes from the Justice Department. MS Now confirming reports that former FBI Director James Comey has been indicted for the second time. Joining us, MS Now senior investigative reporter Carol Lenig, and MS Now senior legal reporter Lisa Rubin.
We need 15 more likes, guys. Double tap that screen. Get the likes up.
Carol, what do we understand this indictment to be about?
We are told by a very good source that this indictment relates to an investigation into the allegations that former FBI Director James Comey had made threats against the president's life when he posted something on Instagram, which was a picture of some shells arranged in a certain way, which he took to be a political message. He captioned it.
This man done got indicted over some shells, but you can clearly see it most definitely say what he said. That's crazy. How they broke it down and contributed to this and that is beyond me, but I most definitely see what looks like an 8, a 6, a 4, and a 7, guys.
Interesting message here. It said 8647. He was interviewed about this by FBI agents as he drove back from a beach trip, and this investigation went on. And now we understand a grand jury has returned an indictment for him making this threat against the life of the president.
Legally sound footing? Lisa?
It's hard to say because the Supreme Court has upheld a statute that penalizes making threats against a president. People said, for example, in the 1960s that this was an infringement on First Amendment rights. The Supreme Court said, no, the statute is constitutional, but it has to be a true threat. And by that, what some people have interpreted that to mean is that a reasonable person looking at all of the evidence would themselves understand it as a threat. Political hyperbole, said the Supreme Court, is not a threat. Something made in jest is not a threat. So I think there is somewhat of an uphill climb here for the Department of Justice in establishing that Jim Comey actually meant this as a threat against the life of the president, as opposed to a statement about getting rid of him from office or having the country be rid of him as a political scourge, not as a threat against his life, Katie.
8647 arranged with shells on a beach and posted to Instagram. Do you see that, Eugene, as a threat against the president's life?
Well, you know, Katie, I think I'm a reasonable person, according to the Supreme Court standard. And no, my understanding of what 86 means is to kick someone out. And in the context of talking about a president, in this political context, it means you kick him out.
Crazy, guys.
And that's a perfectly normal thing to say if you were a political opponent of President Trump, and certainly would be protected speech. So, Lisa is the expert on how
James Comey indicted again, guys. Threats against the president. Making a post and then deleting it, guys.
But
has got him in a whole world of trouble.
I mean, it seems obvious to me that they were looking for something to charge Comey with, or something else to charge Comey with, having failed the first time around, and they think this is it.
Yeah, and just a note for everybody, James Comey says he saw these shells arranged in this way on the beach and took a picture of it, that he himself did not arrange these shells. But Carol, remind us what this led to. Wasn't he on vacation at the time? Was it the FBI? Was it Secret Service? Did they follow him home on his drive back to, where was it, Virginia or Maryland?
He lives in Virginia. He was, followed in a car. At Secret Service Protective Intelligence Division interviewed him, but the FBI also has raised questions about this. Protective Intelligence Division, just so you know, tries to assess threats, whether they're made in a bar or on social media or outside the gates of the White House, and they interview people that they fear are threatening the president's life. This was viewed at the time, to Gene's point, as a little bit of overkill, because James Comey could have written on social media, I hope we don't reelect this president, or I hope he leaves office soon. And that would not be a threat of violence. 8647 in shells involves some slang. And I will remark that when Comey was asked about this, he took down the post and said he took it to be, and he interpreted it to be, a political statement of, let's not have this guy as president anymore. And I'm paraphrasing, but he took it as a political statement and took it down saying, I don't mean any violence. I don't intend any violence. And that's why I'm removing it. So that was fairly quickly after being questioned.
Lisa?
I want to give some context about that Supreme Court case that I was talking about. In 1966, an African-American war protester, Robert Watts, had attended an anti-war rally. And at the rally, he said, having received his draft card, if they ever make me carry a rifle, the first man I want to get in my sights is LBJ. They are not going to make me kill my black brothers. he was overheard saying that by someone from the Army Intelligence Corps, and that led to his arrest. When the Supreme Court then, Katie, ruled on whether or not he could be convicted for making a threat against the president, what they said was, what is a threat must be distinguished from what is constitutionally protected speech. The language of the political arena is often vituperative, abusive, and inexact. Again, based on that Supreme Court standard, I think the Department of Justice here has somewhat of an uphill battle in demonstrating that Jim Comey intended for a constellation of shells he happened upon to be a threat against the life of this president.
Eugene mentioned something a moment ago. They had tried to indict him before that case was thrown out. Remind us again, Carol, what happened?
I'm so sorry. I'm getting something on my phone. Can you ask me again, Katie, the question?
This is crazy,
the
guys.
Justice Department tried to indict James Comey before it was thrown out. Remind us what happened.
So many problems with that case.
Do y'all think they will get him this
First
time
off,
as far
the
as
appointment
being
of
able
the
to convict him
prosecutor
of
in that
doing
case,
something?
You may remember
Was the seashells
Lindsay
enough? Let me
Halligan
know in
was
the comments,
installed
guys.
as the acting U.S. attorney by President Trump after he threatened to fire and ultimately drove out the other acting U.S. attorney he had chosen, Eric Siebert, in the Eastern District of Virginia.
I said
The
never.
removal or the forced
Then why they keep on bothering him
departure
then?
of Mr. Siebert happened because
They is
he
they said
reported
heck
to
no,
his
but
higher
they
ups
is
that
steady
he
trying
did
to
not
get him
believe
though.
the
They is trying to
evidence
get Comey by
warranted
any means
seeking a grand
necessary.
jury case against Comey for lying to Congress. He did not believe the case stood up. He wasn't the only one in the Department of
Say
Justice.
no
I
threat.
have talked to
Oh, okay.
political appointees in the Department of Justice who believed the evidence just did not warrant anything along the lines of claiming that
Now
James
for sure,
Comey
okay.
misled or misstated or lied intentionally to Congress about whether or not he had leaked things about the Russian interference probe. He said he stood by his previous
Trump
testimony,
petty.
and that is basically what he said. He was misquoted in the indictment. But Lindsay Halligan pursued it within days. I think it was 4 days after she got into that job. That indictment was dismissed
crazy.
by the chief judge and upheld by an appeals
Oh,
court.
they keep him in there. They
because
called
Lindsay
him right
Halligan
out.
was not legally appointed to that job.
Eugene, again, let's just talk about the moment we're in. This is a Department of Justice that has made it clear through the actions and the indictments and the investigations that anybody who the president has gone up against politically or doesn't like or feels, if he feels they've been unfair to him, that they're in the line of sights. And I don't mean that violently. I mean, just they're going to be investigated. And that goes for people at DOJ who worked on investigations, who were assigned them, being fired from DOJ or the FBI. It goes to political opponents. It goes to the former FBI director. What is the priority?
They keep signing them indictments to get him in there, though. They're most definitely trying to get Comey, guys.
I am your retribution. I mean, retribution is something that apparently President Trump was absolutely serious about when he said during the campaign, I am your retribution. I guess he meant I am my retribution, because he is determined, obviously now, to get back at anybody who he thinks wronged him. And this is like a constant undercurrent now, and this is an engine that churns along regardless of whatever else is happening in the world or in the nation. So yes, we're at war with Iran. Yes, King Charles is here. Yes, this. Yes, that. The economy, but retribution just kind of keeps moving ahead, and clearly, it runs into a brick wall, and it tries to find some way around it. It looks for another opening, and Comey is one of his main targets, and I think he's just going to keep coming at Comey.
All right, Eugene Daniels, thank you
Hey,
very
what's up,
much.
cut up girl? All right, so we are finding out, you know what I'm saying, that former head of FBI, Mr. James Comey, guys, has been indicted for a second time, guys, and charged basically with threats against the president, you know, making threats against the president. It's crazy, guys. They ain't letting them off the hook.
The timing that they're choosing to bring this. It's a moment where President Trump has just gone through this experience, and now they want to try to go after Comey, saying that he too was threatening the president's life, Lindsay.
And since we don't
now remember, they said the leftists must stop making these accusations and saying crazy things about the president. And then all of a sudden they was pushing it the whole time after this situation at that hotel happened. They were saying that. Now we got Comey the next day, next 2 days, you know what I'm saying, in trouble for making threats against the president.
Have details
Make a lot of
yet
sense,
on
man.
the charges or on exactly the details in the indictment. We don't have our hands on that paperwork yet. We are still, we've essentially confirmed this through sources and are still working to that. That said, will prosecutors, in your mind, have to prove intent, that Comey posted that with the intent of wanting harm to come to the president?
Very likely, yes. As you said, we haven't yet seen this. We don't yet know the charges. But if they are trying to, in fact, claim that this post constituted a true threat, then they absolutely have a high legal bar there to prove intent, to prove that Comey understood the meaning of this post, that he knew that it would be perceived as a threat to the president. We know that President Trump has been wanting to have Comey prosecuted over it. He claimed that it was a call for the assassination of the president. So yes, there will be potentially a very high bar, but again, you know, we will have to see what is actually in this indictment. What are the specific charges that they are going to bring?
And you said that there might be a parallel between the timing here of this indictment and what we saw come to pass Saturday night at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, in which a man, as you mentioned, Cole Allen of California,
it's crazy, guys,
is being charged with the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. You were there. You were at the event. What more can you tell us about what you experienced then, and if you care to elaborate on why you think the timing may be crucial here?
Sure. Well, part of why I mentioned the timing is that in the aftermath of that alleged assassination attempt, I've been speaking with presidential scholars, and one of them noted that after an incident like this, a president or a person who has had an attempted assassination has some political capital, and they usually want to use it in a thoughtful way.
And the case is separate from the other case, guys. This is a whole nother case.
They were surprised that President Trump wanted to use that capital on a ballroom, you know, that they immediately sort of put out these filings saying that this is why we need a ballroom at the White House. But it feels notable to me that we are now seeing this indictment come out against James
He said
Comey,
what I just
and our
said.
understanding is that it's related to this image that President Trump also had said it was a call for him to be killed. We know that James Comey is someone that President Trump has wanted to have gone after for a very long time. He wants to see him prosecuted. He wants to see him jailed. This is one of his perceived enemies, and we know that this is an issue that is very important to him. Lindsay, also notable that today a judge actually decided in the case of Maureen Comey, who had a lawsuit against the Department of Justice for her termination here in New York. A judge determined that she could move forward with that case. The DOJ had been trying to get that dismissed. So a lot of news related to the Comey family today.
Can you give us any more information on her case to remind folks what that's all about?
It's crazy, guys.
Yes, essentially what Maureen Comey is alleging is that she was fired because of her relation to her father, James Comey, or potentially because of her political affiliations, or she says both. She was let go from the Southern District of New York, where she had been a prosecutor. This occurred shortly after she had finished prosecuting the case against Sean Diddy Combs. I mean, it didn't seem to have any relation to how she did.
Yeah, they seem to want Mr. Comey real bad. I mean, real bad, that they would bring him back for a second time. to be tried again, hoping for better results than the last time. But former FBI Director James Comey, guys, indicted again for making threats against the president.
Was just indicted by a grand jury. Comey was indicted over this controversial Instagram post from last year that President Trump and members of his administration claimed was a threat against the president. This case is separate from the one in Virginia last year, you may remember, which was eventually thrown out after a judge found the prosecutor was appointed illegally. It's the latest instance of President Trump's Justice Department targeting one of his political enemies, but the first under acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, who at one time was Trump's defense lawyer. Joining me now, D.C. Managing Editor Catherine Falders and presidential historian and political contributor Mark Updegrove. Mark, thank you so much for working double duty on two different topics for us. Catherine, let's start with you. What exactly is Comey being accused of in the indictment?
So we haven't seen the indictment yet. I believe that still remains under seal. The Department of Justice will likely talk about this later, but what we know, Kira, for a fact is that, according to our sources, a federal grand jury in North Carolina has indicted Comey over that controversial Instagram post that you just mentioned, where he walked by that seashell formation on the beach in North Carolina. Right there, you can see 8647. Now, that is he's says that he was walking by that. He did not assemble those shells himself, and that's citing the slang meaning of 86, which means to nix or get rid of somebody.
That's
now,
crazy.
Trump administration officials have said that's a veiled threat at getting rid
How they was able to tie that in is crazy.
Of, if you will, President Trump. Now, it's very important to point out here that prosecutors are likely going to face a really high legal bar to prove that that post by Comey, in which he says that he stumbled upon that. He says he has said and contended that he did not assemble those seashells himself. Prosecutors are going to have to prove that that Instagram post constituted a true threat. And it's important to point out that the Supreme Court in 2023 found it required an individual to show that they understood the message that they were posting. That would require a true threat. Comey has said that he didn't know what it means, and he's since deleted that post. Nevertheless, a grand jury in North Carolina has returned an indictment over that Instagram post.
All right, and I understand now we have our Chief Justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas, that just was able to connect with us. So, Pierre, anything that you know? I understand the indictment is sealed, so we're not quite sure exactly what's in there. But what more can you tell us from your sources, and what comes next?
To reiterate what Catherine was saying, we do believe that it has to do with this photograph, 8647. And again, what the prosecutors will allege, we're told, is that constituted a threat. Now, what we're going to have to look for when we see these charges, when they're unsealed, is what other evidence do they have to support the notion that this was an actual threat, that Comey intended to have a negative impact on the president of the United States. We need to see what that evidence is going to be. This is obviously going to raise questions about First Amendment and freedom of speech. So the key will be in the details. Again, what we have, again, are the basics that a grand jury has indicted.
Make sure you take time to subscribe to the channel.
We're expecting that
subscribe to the channel,
DOJ, later this afternoon, although there is no comment from the Justice Department at present.
Got it. All right. Let's bring in our legal beagle here, Brian Buckmeyer, on this. Brian, knowing little of what we know, but just looking at the Instagram post, does this, to you, qualify as a true threat?
No, Kira, it doesn't in any way, shape, or form. True threats are supposed to be imminent and unconditional. For example, if you say, I'm going to punch you if you cross this line, that is conditional. You have to do something in order for it to happen. It also has to be imminent, that the threat's coming up. This is a law school problem in the sense of we as attorneys have all done this case. There was a case, not to get too much into the history, but there's a case back in 1966 where I think a gentleman by the name of last name Watts, because the case is Watts v. United States, that said, I've got my draft papers and I'm not going to go. If I'm forced to go into the draft, the first person I'm going to put in my sights is LBJ. That went all the way up to the Supreme Court, and they said that wasn't a threat. If saying you're going to put the president in the crosshairs if you get drafted is not a threat, I can't imagine that seashells on a
Wow.
beach with 4 numbers, regardless of the order or what they can be inferred to, the courts are going to look at it and say that's a true threat.
So if you were defending
He don't
James
believe
Comey
it's
on
gonna work.
this,
A lot of y'all don't
how would
believe
you
it don't
argue?
work. He don't believe it's gonna work either.
I would argue this is not a true threat. This does not fit the definition that what prosecutors are doing. And I think what is eventually going to happen is we're going to get the indictment. We're going to get the grand jury minutes, meaning what was said in the grand jury. And we're going to see how this is articulated as a threat, either from the person who sent it, the person who put the seashells down, or the person who interpreted it. And I don't think any form of interpretation is going to show that this is a true threat. That is a legal term. That is not like a colloquial term. There are standards and factors I have to go into. And I listed just a few of them: imminent, unconditional. And I don't think it fits the definition of a true threat. And I think there are cases that have even more severe threats, like Watts v. United States, the Supreme Court case that I cited, that are going to show that this falls short of what the courts will say is a true threat.
So, Pierre Thomas, are we hearing from Comey or his attorneys?
We have reached out to Comey's attorneys. There is no immediate response. We're not particularly surprised by that, in this sense that, the last time we believe that Comey was indicted, they heard about it later in the process. There was no what we would call the professional courtesy, where the department would have given them a heads up to say this is going to happen. So we think that is probably what happened here. We will also wait to see Comey's response. Last time he posted a video with a very direct and aggressive response, saying, basically bringing on, and that he was not, fearful of the DOJ's actions against them, and that he believes this is basically weaponization of the Justice Department against a political enemy of the president.
So, Mark, how extraordinary is this? Is it, I guess, in this moment, for this to be playing out while President Trump is celebrating our country's history with King Charles? I mean, this isn't really in line with American tradition for the Justice Department to be going after the president's political enemies.
But I think very much in line with Donald Trump's ambitions. I mean, he has weaponized the Justice Department, as we have seen. And really, this seems to be a loyalty test for Todd Blanche. Pam Bondi was fired by the president and replaced by Todd Blanche. I think Pam Bondi was not meeting the president's expectations in terms of her going after his political enemies. Todd Blanche is clearly putting James Comey once again in the crosshairs. Whether this is meets legal tests or not, it is still a big hassle for James Comey, and makes a statement from Donald Trump to political enemies about what he is willing to do through his Department of Justice, Kira.
Got it. I'm now seeing I'm being handed it. Well, when we saw the
James
photo,
Comey, guys,
the photo that was posted on
indicted
Instagram, it's
again.
since been taken down. And is this Comey's response after he took it?
Over some shells, guys. Y'all see him, you most definitely see A647, but the question is, who put it there? What was the meaning? As another, well, it seems almost like they trying, well, I ain't gonna even say trying. How can I put this? The rhetoric that's being spoken, you know what I'm saying? They trying to put an end to that, when it comes to Trump. And with this guy making alleged threats, right after, right after what happened the other day that we seen play out, that would cause a lot of outrage with people. And they saying that the timing is impeccable. I'm just saying that's what people are saying. It's the timing. Okay.
Down. So this was May 15th, 2025, after he took the post down. He said, I posted earlier a picture of some shells I saw today on a beach walk, which I assumed were a political message. I didn't realize some folks associate those numbers with violence. It never occurred to me, but I oppose violence of any kind, so I took the post down. Brian Buckmeyer, what do you think about that?
Yeah, so again, it's interesting to me that this close to what we saw in the litigation of that Watts v. United States case, where it says what was said by Watts in saying he was going to put LBJ in the crosshair was not a true threat, but political hyperbole. I think here, Comey can make the same argument as well, that 86 while it can mean to take someone out through the use of violence, it could also mean to take someone out. People can interpret it as you have to vote the person out. You have to make sure they don't have the ability to enact their policies while in office. That this might be political hyperbole as he understood it, and I think that makes for a very strong argument. You can also go and I think you can look at the context of James Comey. You can look at the context of previous statements. I would imagine and believe that he's never made an outward threat towards the president in terms of his life or his safety, and then why would this outlier be one in which he does in this form, in this way, with seashells on the beach and not something else? I think the interpretation here would help him with that statement that he made and taking down of the picture, showing what he understood this to be. And I'll also be very curious as to whether or not that information that you just read was given to the grand jury or taken away from them in their effort to file this indictment and get a true bill.
Pierre, your thoughts on this Instagram post and intent?
Again, I think in terms of the political debate going forward in connection with this case, a lot of it is going to come down to intent. What can former Director Comey show to prove that he had no intentions of anyone being harmed? And what can DOJ prove in terms of evidence that would say otherwise? So I think that is going to be key here. But again, we await to see what the actual charges are and what the specifics are. And we also are, again, expecting to hear from DOJ later this afternoon. Right now, again, no official comment from DOJ headquarters.
All right, Catherine, final thoughts before we take it to break.
Well, we'll see what DOJ says and how Comey responds. But again, it's going to be a high bar. This would have to constitute a true threat. And Kira, exactly what you read from Comey on May 15th, that he said after it was brought to his attention, basically, that this could possibly be associated with violence, that he took the post down. And of course, that he wouldn't want to obviously endorse violence in any way. So obviously prosecutors have a high bar to prove that he intended to post that message that would harm President Trump.
Catherine, Pierre, Mark, Brian, thank you all so much.
So rather you guys think he was coming directly, at Trump, or he just so happened to find those shells, or he put them there, they still have to prove it in court. As well as now it has sparked a new debate, over rhetoric, guys. You know what I'm saying? What kind of rhetoric should be tolerated? Let's check this one out.
Now let's get to this. The outrage is growing now. Some on the political left are digging in or even doubling down on their dangerous rhetoric after a third attempt on President Trump's life. Political violence is becoming more normalized now. And the White House flat out says Democrats are fueling a cult of hatred, arguing years of extreme language now causing real-world violence. Here's Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
When you have mentally disturbed individuals across the country who are listening to this crazed rhetoric.
Is it the rhetoric that's making people crazy? I think that it's a lot of rhetoric that be spoken on both sides, because we know Trump will speak some rhetoric in a minute. I'm just saying he fluent in rhetoric. Yeah, I'm just saying, I think it's the same on both sides, though, but let's go.
About the president day after day after day, it inspires them to do crazy things. The entire Democrat Party has made their pitch to voters across the country that Donald Trump poses an existential threat to democracy, that he is a fascist, and that they compare him to Hitler. I mean, these are despicable statements that the American people have been consuming for years. I have a whole host of examples that we can share with you after. It is pages and pages of major Democrat Party elected officials.
You heard her say it, a whole host of examples. Well, we have the receipts too, firsthand.
Who's to blame, guys? Who's to blame?
Of maximum warfare.
It's the rhetoric is what they saying, guys. Just like with that, what Comey had going on. How far is too far?
Everywhere, all the time. And we're going to keep the pressure on Republicans in every single state in the union to ensure at the end of the day that there is a fair national map.
Every day, Donald Trump is making this nation look more and more like a fascist state.
The president wants these confrontations so that he can call out the military in other cities in America as part of his would-be dictator playbook
Never before in my life have I called for mass protests, for mobilization, for disruption, but I am now. These Republicans cannot know a moment of peace.
So you see what the reality is, right? Hakeem Jeffries here.
As it relates to the comment related to maximum warfare everywhere, all the time, in connection with the redistricting battle that Republicans launched. I stand by it. You can continue to criticize me for it. I don't give a damn about your criticism. This so-called White House press secretary, who's a disgrace, he's a stone cold liar, had the nerve to stand up there and read talking points being critical of statements all taken out of context that Democrats have made, and didn't have a word to say about anything that MAGA extremists have said or done.
So he doubled down. Maximum warfare. Hakeem Jeffries, the most powerful Democrat in the House. Liberal late night host Jimmy Kimmel mixed it up with the White House. He's trying to defend a so-called joke he made before the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. He said the First Lady looked like an expectant widow. A New York Post with some of its classic wordplay. Kimwit strikes again. Senior White House correspondent Peter Doocy from the North Lawn. Good to see you, Peter.
Good to see you too, Harris. And Jimmy Kimmel thinks he was being funny, so he's not going to say sorry.
It was a pretend roast. I said, our First Lady Melania is here. Look at her, so beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow, which obviously was a joke about their age difference and the look of joy we see on her face every time they're together. I agree that hateful and violent rhetoric is something we should reject. I do, and I think a great place to start to dial that back would be to have a conversation with your husband about it.
And because we have the tape, everybody watching can judge for themselves whether or not Jimmy Kimmel.
Is it the rhetoric, guys? As you hear examples of, what's being said in regards to Trump, is it the rhetoric that has people, crashing out, doing the unthinkable, trying to unlock the president behind what they hear about him as far as from the Democrats and from the media? Let me know, guys. Is that what's causing the crash out, the rhetoric?
Here was making that kind of a joke.
Our First Lady Melania is here. Look at Melania, so beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow.
Well, Kimmel's defiance late night to the First Lady follows her comment that enough is enough. It's time for ABC to take a stand. How many times will ABC's leadership enable Kimmel's atrocious behavior at the expense of our community? Even David Axelrod, the famed Democratic strategist, writes, I like Jimmy Kimmel. He's funny and courageous at a time when there's been too much cowardice. That said, this was a tasteless joke. The White House will use any issue to demand he be fired because his satire touches a nerve, and ABC is right to resist, but he'd be right to apologize. Kimmel, though, does have some A-list backers here.
Jimmy's a comedian, and I would argue that Caroline Leavitt didn't mean shots should be fired, right? She was making a joke. Fair enough. So I look at that side and go, well, jokes are
that about that situation being staged. Do any of my people in here right now, do y'all feel like the incident at the hotel was staged? Because it's most definitely floating on social media. A lot of people don't believe that was real. They believe that was staged. What about y'all?
jokes, but the rhetoric, I think, is a little dangerous, and we've seen it a lot lately.
And when you talk to President Trump about this, he believes that all these attempts on his life are because he is such an impactful global figure, but he and his team are also arguing that a lot of this rhetoric is directed at them and not the other way around. Harris.
Well, look, we have a lot of tape that shows that. Peter Doocy, thank you. In focus now, podcast host and star, Ben Ferguson. Good to see you today.
Good to see you.
Boy, this is just such a dichotomy to see a president in what one of our British guests described, and she's a biographer, as the best speech she'd ever seen him give. It was warm and funny, so on and so forth. And then we go to the rhetoric that literally has the potential to get him killed.
Yeah, I think we just need to stop sugarcoating it. I think the Democratic Party is clear. They have a game plan. They want Donald Trump dead. They're not going to stop. They want to incite and light the fuse.
Wow, guys, wow.
Crazy people in the world that they're trying to recruit. If you don't believe me, look at the data. 25% of Democrats now believe in this country that political violence is justifiable if someone you don't like is elected. You look at where that all grew. It grew in our college campuses. The left control our college campuses, and they keep putting it out there. When Jimmy Kimmel goes out there and says what he says, knowing that Donald Trump has already been shot, let's not forget, it's not just attempts. He's actually been shot. And then tries to act like it's a joke. It's not a joke. There are people out there that listen to what you say, and it encourages them to go kill the President of the United States of America. When
Is
Democrats
that so,
go out there
guys?
and double down like Hakeem Jeffries, he knows what
Kumi
he's
had
doing.
had
He is speaking
incited
the same way
somebody
they
to go
radicalize
unalive Trump,
lone wolves
guys.
from Al
With
Qaeda
the
and
threat.
ISIS.
Let me know.
They are saying, if you hate this man, go do the dirty work for us.
You know, before he doubled down, there might have been some room for argument that he didn't mean war the way he meant it. He didn't mean what he said. Now he says he means it, and he blank won't take it back.
Yeah, they believe them when they tell you they want to kill the president. Believe them.
They're telling us, they're showing us, and we're seeing the receipts of, yeah. I mean, and what's been said about the suspected assassin is that he wasn't cultivated online solely. I mean, that this is cooking up out there among society. There could be more like him.
Look at the last couple of people that have done political violence. They're college educated, at higher level college education, like where you dream that your kids will go. This is not somebody that like went after Ronald Reagan, for example. That was a different scenario. That's someone that clearly dealt with mental health issues. These individuals believe that they are justified in offing anyone they don't like politically. You look at the manifesto. I could read you quotes from that manifesto and ask you to guess, is this a member of Congress or the guy that tried to kill the president? You couldn't tell the difference.
Real quickly, former President Obama is poo-pooing this. I mean, he's
saying we don't even know a motive. He said, he literally, and this is the pathological lying of the leadership of the Democratic Party. Barack Obama came out and said, we don't know the motive. We know the motive. Read the words of the manifesto. You know that this individual had a reason to kill Donald Trump. You know why he wanted to kill Donald Trump. And by the way, not just Donald Trump. This is expanded. It's now the vice president. It's now the cabinet. It's now political conservative leaders. It's Charlie Kirk. This is not just on Donald Trump. This is any conservative out there that you don't like.
Yeah, and he was loaded with weapons.
Yeah.
So who walks around like that, gets into a hotel, you've got that in your luggage. You can't tell their motive. Now, we may not know everything about this man, but intent to kill, I don't think that's a doubt, but the courts will work it out. Ben Ferguson, always good to have you. Thank you. Be sure to like and subscribe.
So you have to ask yourself, guys, is it the rhetoric? You know, but there's a lot of swirling theories when it comes to that whole entire hotel situation, guys. It's a lot of mixed emotion, man. People feel a whole lot of ways. I'm just saying, if you was thinking that way, don't feel like you're alone. There's a lot of people that feel like that whole situation was set up. What y'all think out there? Let me know.
Despite the videos and the accounts of what happened Saturday night, conspiracy theories are now running rampant on social media. Some accounts are even questioning whether the entire thing was staged, much like they did the assassination attempt in Butler. The Washington Post says this, quote, about a fifth of the left wing and liberal influencers and politicians who posted about the shooting used conspiratorial language, according to a Post analysis of social media posts and podcasts.
Oh, just nonsense. Hugh Hewitt is tearing into the media's coverage on this, writing on Fox Digital. Trump saw what the Truth Legacy media missed. Sick minds are.
Can we get 30 more on that like, guys? We need 30 more likes. We're 30 likes away from 500. Double tap that screen, guys.
Update on the suspect live right here in the DC newsroom. Hi, David.
Hi, Jillian and John. Well, the suspect is sitting behind bars right now, waiting for a detention hearing that's going to happen on Thursday. If convicted after trial, Cole Allen could spend the rest of his life in prison. More charges are also expected in this case as new evidence comes to light.
Make no mistake, this was an attempted assassination.
The 31-year-old from Southern California, who authorities say stormed through a security checkpoint at that dinner on Saturday, also facing charges of transportation of a firearm in interstate commerce and discharge of a firearm during a crime of violence. Authorities say that Allen, transporting weapons he purchased in California, took a train from California to Washington, D.C. last week. Fox is told he checked into the Washington Hilton Hotel just one day before the dinner, was armed with a 12-gauge pump-action shotgun, a 38 semi-automatic, and had at least 3 knives when he made his move.
We need 9 more likes, guys. 9 more.
Are
Y'all double
investigating
tap
this
that
matter
screen.
fully. We will apply the law fairly, and we will ensure that accountability is swift and certain.
According to the criminal complaint released less than 24 hours ago at 8:40 Saturday evening, Allen, knowing the president and first lady were already seated in the ballroom, approached security, ran through the magnetometer as seen on the surveillance footage right there. The complaint alleges that Secret Service heard a loud gunshot. One officer was shot in the chest but was wearing a bulletproof vest and survived.
Look at that. How did he make it through there, guys?
Message.
How did he make?
Who thinks that Washington?
That Secret Service heard.
How did he make it through
seen
there?
on the surveillance. The president.
We are
How
investigating
you make it through there without getting hit?
this
Let me
matter
know.
fully. We will apply the law fairly, and we will ensure that accountability is swift and certain.
According to the criminal complaint released
Now,
less than
make
24
sure
hours
you're
ago,
watching this. How did he not get hit?
Allen, knowing
He
the
discharged
president
his
and first lady were
firearm and
already seated
everything,
in the
guys.
ballroom, approached security, ran through the magnetometer as seen
Ain't no
on
way
the
he was
surveillance
supposed to
footage
get through there
right
and
there. The
still be
complaint
alive.
alleges
Look
that
at him.
Secret
They
Service
shooting
heard
at him.
a loud gunshot. One officer was shot in the chest but was wearing
How he
a
didn't get hit?
bulletproof
It's
vest
about
and survived.
12 officers out there.
Let this be a message.
That's the part that got me.
Anyone who thinks that Washington, D.C. is the place to act out political violence. And if you are willing to do so with a firearm and cross state lines, we will find you.
Cole Allen is back in federal court on Thursday, where the government will argue why he should remain held in jail until trial. At this point, he does not have private counsel. He's represented by 2 federal public defenders. Jillian, John.
David, are you hearing anything from your sources? We have not officially about the investigation into who exactly shot the Secret Service agent who was wounded.
It's a good question. I'm glad you brought it up. It's unclear right now. It's something we've asked DOJ officials. The deputy, or I don't want to say the former deputy attorney general, now the acting attorney general, Todd Blanche, asked yesterday. The way that it's written in the criminal complaint is very careful to say that the Secret Service heard gunshots and then a Secret Service agent was hit in the chest. Luckily, that agent survived. That agent had a bulletproof vest on, the initials VG of that agent, but it's still not clear. And
They said
we
fake,
asked the
fake,
journalist
fake.
point blank who shot the Secret Service agent. Right now, they say that's still under ballistic testing going on at Quantico, Virginia.
All right. Well, David, keep us posted. We will check back with you as needed this afternoon. Thanks very much for kicking us off, John.
All right, let's bring in Hugh Hewitt, Fox News contributor and host of the Hugh Hewitt Show, to delve into this more. So 3 attempts against President Trump's life in the past 2 years. That is not a coincidence by any means. What do you think is driving it?
They saying it's the rhetoric. What do you guys
President
think?
Trump's
Is it
interview
the
on Sunday
rhetoric?
night, he referred to the shooter as unbalanced, as troubled, as sick. He's right about that. But then we have to step back and ask, what is fueling this generally, whether it is Butler, whether it's the guy in the tree in the Florida golf course, the killer of Charlie Kirk. And then if you go way back, John, 10 years, and I'm sure you'll remember it, not sure Jillian will, 10 years ago, an unbalanced man with a gun stormed the Comet Ping Pong Pizza 3 miles away from the Washington Hilton. He was going to avenge Pizzagate. And it turns out he'd been living on the internet and he'd swallowed it hook, line, and sinker, and he thought there were children in prison in the Comet Ping Pong Pizza. He was sentenced to 4 years in jail by now Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. But it was because of the waters in which he swam. And very quickly, those waters, 4chan, QAnon, became off limits to anyone who was serious. You couldn't quote him, you couldn't be on him, you couldn't think about him, which was good. I'd never heard of him anyway, but we were learning that. Now, will that happen to the waters in which this would-be statement killer swam? Specifically, No Kings rally, crazy left-wing rhetoric from Hassan Piker. Will they be
Is it the rhetoric,
shunned
guys? Let me
as
know.
the Comet Pizza shooters environment was shunned 10 years ago? We have to wait and see.
Yeah, some of these protesters just appear to kind of lose their minds in public. I saw a video of a woman on Saturday night. She tried to get close to the president's motorcade. The police pushed her back behind the barricades. Then she started screaming F you in the face of any police officer there. And they eventually said, you know what, lady, we've had enough of this. They arrested her and took her away. I mean, there's a long history of this, predates the internet by decades, hundreds of years.
Oh, yeah.
Long histories of assassinations and attempts in this country. Abraham Lincoln, James Garfield, William McKinley, John F. Kennedy, they were all assassinated. Attempts on Andrew Jackson. He was the first, 1835. Theodore Roosevelt, Franklin Roosevelt, Harry Truman, Gerald Ford, 2 attempts in 17 days. Ronald Reagan, of course, at the same hotel, 1981. And then the 3 attempts against President Trump, 2 in 2024, 1 in 2026. I mean, this
They
is
gunning
a
for
toxic
Trump, man.
environment
That's
for
crazy.
American presidents, going back to almost the founding of this country. And maybe it's the internet.
Comprehensive list.
Maybe it's the internet now.
Yeah,
I mean,
wasn't that convenient that he had a manifesto? We went over.
Yeah, there's always a
Look.
temptation for people to make.
Yeah, I know he had a manifesto. We went over it over here last night, guys. Y'all should, if you missed the show last night, you should go back to the channel and check it out once this one is over. But we most definitely took a look at the manifesto last night, guys. Very interesting things off in there. He basically told on himself within that manifesto. You seen the look inside his mind. He didn't think that he was going to make it out. So he apologized to his family, and come to find out, his sister is the one that turned him in.
Themselves famous, Charles Guiteau going after James Garfield, fabulous series on that recently. In the Republic of Georgia, we can't forget, disgruntled somebody threw a hand grenade at George W. Bush. Thank goodness it did not go off. So there have been these threats forever. But I do believe that the internet, I'm going to quote John Podhoretz of commentary here, allows those people who are ought not to come together to come together. It allows subgroups to find, match, and plot. It allows crazy people to feed each other's mythologies and fantasies, often violent. It allows them to build the building blocks of extreme action, and they become Robespierre. They become 1789 in Paris, and the terror begins. What we have to do, what those police did to that demonstrator, is renew the enforcement of assault, which is the justifiable apprehension of an unpermitted touching. It's a felony in almost every jurisdiction. It's a misdemeanor in every jurisdiction. We have to start arresting people for assault. Doesn't require touching. That's battery. But an unpermitted touching is an assault or legitimate apprehension of it. We have to start arresting people, and we have to start throwing people out of colleges and classrooms who are marginal and weird, because we can't let our kids be taught by them.
Yeah, you know, there's all of these conspiracy theories that have been surrounding President Trump since the first shooting in Butler, and now even some members of Congress appear to be entertaining it. Listen to what Jasmine Crockett posted on her X account. She said, has there ever been a president have this many close attempts on their life?
A lot of
Maybe it's
mixed
lack of
emotions
gun
when
laws.
it comes
Maybe
to
it's
this
lack of
situation,
mental
guys. A
health
lot of
care, or
mixed
maybe it's
emotions.
fake. Who knows? Maybe it's fake. I mean, I was there, and that was not fake.
John, I haven't gone in 10 years. Not my thing. So I'm glad you were safe, but everybody knows it's not fake. Jasmine Crockett knows it's not fake.
Say they know it's not fake.
That's the monetization.
How did he make it through there? If it's not fake, let me know how he made it through there unscathed. He didn't have not a scratch on him.
I haven't gone in 10 years. Not my thing. So I'm glad you were safe, but everybody knows it's not fake. Jasmine Crockett knows it's not fake. That's the attention economy. That's the monetization of rage. That's the clickbait that keeps her in the public eye. That is the damning part of the internet. People get rewarded for being outrageous, and to keep.
No, some people just don't understand how he made it through there. That's all. I don't think it's no clickbait or nothing like that. I just don't understand how he made it through there, through all of those Secret Service, and then he got shot at and didn't get hit after he shot an agent. Just make it make sense.
That up. You got to say more and more outrageous things until suddenly you've got Hassan Piker campaigning with El Sayed in Michigan, the Democratic would-be Senate nominee, and you've got real trouble on your hands. So it is for you and for me and for everyone with a platform, whether on radio or television, to simply call out those who are crazy and dealing in conspiracy theories and say, you're crazy, you're dealing with a conspiracy theory. I'm not giving you
I'm telling you.
That includes Jasmine Crockett.
Yeah, you say that you haven't gone in 10 years. There was a number of years that I didn't attend either, but I wanted to go this year because it was Donald Trump's first time there. Even John Hinckley, apparently, and he's the guy who shot Reagan at that hotel, came out and said that you can't hold an event like that at that hotel. It's just you can't secure it properly. What do you think?
He is correct. In fact, I don't know that we'll have Yeah, we wiped out all of the Hezbollah leadership. Israel did. Then we helped Israel wipe out all of Iran's leadership. Can you imagine anyone getting their act together for a mass attack on the WHCA? It cannot be done. By the way, it is the argument for the ballroom that the president has been making, not for the WHCA, but for big events generally. Once you begin to have drones and munitions, then you can no longer have soft targets. And the Washington Hilton, God love them, I've been there a number of times. I lived across the street on California Avenue for a lot of years. You do not want to go to the Washington Hilton. It's the softest of soft targets.
Right. All right, Hugh. Well, we'll see if they put it together for a redo within the next 30 days as the president wants to, and we'll keep delving into the motive.
All right. So whether you think it's real, whether you think it's staged, they most definitely reporting on it, man. Somebody else that thinks that this thing is most definitely real as can be is Kash Patel. He most definitely spoke on the situation as well, man. I showed y'all a video yesterday of him hiding up under a table when all this popped off instead of running around like I felt like he was supposed to be doing. As the leader of the FBI, he's supposed to be neutralizing the threat, finding out what's going on, not hiding up under the table with everybody else. But that's another story. Let's continue.
Here with more, FBI Director Kash Patel. Director, why don't you walk us through, you were in that room that night. You were mentioned in the manifesto. If you want to delve into that, that's up to you. But more importantly, I was speaking to somebody close to you. Within minutes, you were in the room with the perpetrator. And why don't you walk us through that process?
Sean, it's great to be with you. And yeah, we were in the room as many others were.
He was under the
table. To make
table.
sure that the room was safe and secure before people started departing. As people started departing, it was my job to ensure the Attorney General and senior leadership in Congress were safely secure in a hold room just outside of the ballroom area, which we have in these types of situations set up on purpose. And then my job was to get into the next room and get on the comms with the teams, and the radios were working in the basement there, thankfully. So we were able to confirm that the subject had been detained by the brave men and women of the Secret Service. The next step was to make sure there was a mode of egress to safely evacuate all of the civilians from the facility. So we led them out to the street. And also, as you know, Sean, and everybody else knows, cell phone coverage in that building is not great. And so we were able to immediately get on our phones and call for standing up of our National Crisis Coordination Center, which we immediately did, enable our mobilized command units to come onto the scene, and also stand up our command center at WFO, our Washington field office, and immediately deploy assets. And I met our evidence response technicians and our WFO SWAT teams and federal agents and intel analysts on the scene where we stayed.
What are you talking about, Kash Patel?
Capturing photograph, removing the shell casings, taking the proper precautions with the firearms, and making sure that evidence was immediately sent to our laboratories in Quantico. That was just the beginning of a very long evening, but I think President Trump set the proper tone despite all the rhetoric that's been thrown his way.
Now he's talking about the rhetoric.
Just later that evening where I joined him, where he said he called for unity. President Trump has assembled the greatest law enforcement team in the history of America.
Thank you for the gift.
By the monumental reduction in crime. And I have full confidence that they will continue to deliver for him. And that's the message we're carrying to the American people. This FBI acted expeditiously, just like the Secret Service, just like the Department of Homeland Security, Metropolitan Police, without regard for their life, showed up on scene, settled the scene, captured the evidence, and also launched a nationwide investigatory process stretching from California to New London, Connecticut, and in between.
This is the first assassination attempt while you were director of the FBI. And I know it's not under the purview. The Secret Service, Department of Homeland Security, they are in charge of the Secret Service. The issue of funding is a whole different, issue we can talk about. Did you get a
cross-eyed Patel
early on to talk to this individual? Can you talk about that?
So what I can say without, we want to maintain the integrity of the investigation. Obviously, the individuals charged today, you saw that at the press conference with the Attorney General, myself, and Janine Pirro. The FBI was the ones that transported him via ambulance to a hospital where further questioning was conducted. We're always looking to lawfully obtain information. That's why the FBI immediately launched teams to Los Angeles to interview his family, and also New London, Connecticut, where we obtained valuable information. We also dispatched fixed-wing aircraft across the country to transport any evidence and devices that were collected in the home to be immediately exploited by our technicians back here in Washington and down at Quantico. We did the same with the cell phone capture on the person of the individual. On the
Say what, Cash? What are you talking about?
To gain access into his phone lawfully, utilizing all methods, including search warrants, provided to us by our great partners at the Department of Justice. And you know what, Sean? It's a good time to talk about funding. How about we pay these brave men and women of the Secret Service that have gone 70 days without pay, but are still putting their lives on the line day in and day out to protect the American people, to protect the president, to protect us, and to protect everybody in that ballroom. It's not about politics. We should be paying the men and women of law enforcement. President Trump has resourced law enforcement to the maximum ability of the law. He has backed the blue every inch of the way, and now we need Congress to pony up and pay these brave warriors. They're going without paychecks, but they're still showing up. I have every confidence in Secretary Mullen, the director of the Secret Service. They've been tremendous partners. I've stood shoulder to shoulder with them in many tragic situations, and they've always risen to the occasion.
All right, FBI Director Kash Patel, we appreciate you joining us tonight. Thank you.
All right, so that was Kash Patel, you know, on the situation that occurred at the hotel, guys. I don't know, man. It's just something about the way he was able to boat through there while all those Secret Service was there that got me, you know. I don't know, man. I don't know how he make it through there. You know, I'm stuck on how he made it through there when it comes to that situation that happened at the ballroom. But a lot of people, at the hotel, but a lot of people think that situation was staged, guys. It's all over the internet. That's what they saying. It's staged, it's staged, it's staged. But something that may not be staged, you know, and is most definitely real is this indictment that just came down, guys, on James Comey. Has a lot of people feeling a lot of different ways, guys. Some basically saying they're raging a war on free speech. What y'all think about that, guys? What y'all think about that? Make sure you're double tapping that screen. That's how you hit the like button if you're on your mobile device, or you can click the 3 dots, hit that thumbs up. You know, that's another way to hit the like button. You know what I'm saying? Most definitely subscribe to the channel if you are new, guys. This is Everything News, and we most definitely bring you updates and exclusive on Everything News, guys. Stay tuned.
It's 4 o'clock in New York. Breaking news this afternoon from the Department of Justice and its efforts to satisfy Donald Trump's insatiable appetite for political retribution. After previously trying and failing to target former director of the FBI, Jim Comey, the DOJ has secured a new indictment against one of Donald Trump's most prominent perceived enemies. We do not yet know the full details of the charges against Comey, and we are waiting on a press conference from the Department of Justice scheduled for this
Which
hour.
we already seen, guys.
The indictment has to do with this post the former FBI director
Over
made
some
on his
seashells.
Instagram account almost a year ago. Shells on a beach, spelling out 8647 with the caption, "Cool shell formation on my beach walk." The Trump administration has claimed that that post was a call for violence against Donald Trump because of the slang term 86 that usually means to get rid of something. Immediately after the post, the Secret Service had Jim Comey and his wife Patrice followed by law enforcement from their vacation home in North Carolina all the way up the eastern seaboard to their home in the Washington, D.C. area before Jim Comey voluntarily sat for an interview, and the Justice Department dropped the matter at that time. The former director of the FBI came on this program last year and explained that he thought the seashells that he says were put there by someone else were nothing more than clever political speech.
Over some
But then he
seashells.
immediately deleted that post when people thought that he was somehow calling for violence. Watch what he told us then.
This was his excuse, guys.
So your position, even after all of this.
So this is what he's indicted on right now, and this was his excuse. This is what he would probably take the stand and testify to since it's recorded. But this was his response when they first tried to bring the charges.
Service calling you and bringing you in for questioning is that the phrase, the message on the shells was political speech and is political speech.
Yeah, by somebody. I actually didn't think of it as political speech by me, but I thought, what a clever way to express a political view. The shells were the same color for each of the letters, so different colors for the letters. It took a lot of work. Somebody with artistic flair did that, and I have a hard time believing it was anybody with a dark intention.
He said, all right, this is his excuse, guys. He said,
the shells were the same color for each of the letters, so different colors for the letters. It took a lot of work. Somebody with artistic flair did that.
Flair.
And I have a hard time believing it was anybody with a dark intention. And it certainly was no dark intention on my part, on my spouse's part.
That's what he gonna say, guys. You know what I'm saying? So somebody else did it. It wasn't him. He just thought it had a flair to it. It had a flair.
Yeah, by somebody. I actually didn't think of it as political speech by me, but I thought, what a clever way to express a political view. The shells were the same color for each of the letters, so different colors for the letters. It took a lot of work. Somebody with artistic flair did that.
Yeah.
And I have a hard for the letters. It took a lot of work. Somebody with artistic flair did that. And I have a hard time believing it was anybody with a dark intention. And it certainly was no dark intention on my part, on my spouse's part.
Say it took a lot of work.
So
somebody
we have
with
today
artistic
this
flair.
revived attempt to target
That was
Jim
his
Comey
excuse, guys.
by, we should keep in mind, acting Attorney General Todd Blanche is coming at an important time for acting Attorney General Todd Blanche. It comes weeks after Pam Bondi was fired, in some part, perhaps large part, for her failures in carrying out Donald Trump's retribution agenda. But it's not clear what new evidence, if any, exists or that Blanche has uncovered to make this case successful now. Today's news of Comey's indictment does, though, feel like a quintessential Trump news cycle. One crisis wiped off the front page by another crisis. But this breaking news is part of the very same slow motion collision that we've been covering for a decade now between Trump and those who dare to use their First Amendment right to criticize him. Donald Trump is locked in a cycle right now of political collapse, held up by political retribution. And behind it all is a near obsessive whole of government campaign designed to stifle and punish speech that Trump does not like. Make no mistake, Jim Comey is being punished today for speaking out 8 years ago about Trump's efforts to politicize the FBI while he was president the first time. Jimmy Kimmel is being attacked today for telegraphing Donald Trump's frailties. Tish James spoke through her legal filings the truth about Trump Org being a fraud, so Trump sought to prosecute her. Law firms were attacked for standing with Donald Trump's political opponents, so Trump punished them. Universities have been attacked for creating safe spaces for criticizing administration priorities, so they too have been brought to heel. Artists have been purged from the Kennedy Center and replaced with cronies. Winners and losers have been picked in big media based on their political alliances. The list goes on and on and on. And every day they want us to think it's a new story, but it is the same story. It is the oldest Trump story. And at its core, and interestingly, perhaps the reason Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly are getting off the Trump train and stepping away from Donald Trump is because the truth of it is that Donald Trump is waging an all-out war on the First Amendment and on free speech. That is where we begin today.
So she basically saying that's where we get all the rhetoric talk from. They trying to silence the people in so many words.
Also joining us, the former director.
Gotta watch what you say.
And our senior national security and intelligence analyst, Sean Brennan's here. Also joining us, senior investigative reporter Carol Lenig. Let me start with you, Director Brennan, because the reality is there is a similar zeal to punish you for doing more than exercising your First Amendment rights, for doing your job as the then director of the CIA. What is it like to sort of watch this news come across it's not a wire anymore, but come across our devices?
Well, Nicole, an overused term is appalling. I find it appalling. Jim Comey served as a U.S. attorney and the deputy attorney general for President George W. Bush. He served as the director of FBI for President Barack Obama. It is absurd to think that Jim Comey would be advocating violence against anyone, much less a president of the United States. I served with Jim Comey during the last years of the Obama administration. He is somebody who I think served his country with integrity, with professionalism, and with determination to make sure that the rule of law was going to be followed. And so, as you pointed out, I think there has been a litany of these efforts over the past number of years, by the past year and a half.
Former head of FBI, James Comey, indicted, guys.
Exact revenge against some of
threats
his
made against the
perceived,
president.
Political adversaries.
The second time.
So I feel very, very dismayed that Jim Comey is going
and it's a separate case than the first.
I am in that crowd of folks who has been targeted by Donald Trump. And it just shows just how much, the Department of Justice has fallen. I was listening earlier today to the remarks of Queen Elizabeth when she addressed the joint session of Congress back in the 1950s. And one of her lines was that we should never take the ideals of democracy for granted. And the rule of law and the use of the justice system is one of those real institutions and hallmarks of democratic principles. And it's so unfortunate that, over the course of so many years, and I guess we were taking that rule of law and the Department of Justice's efforts for granted. But obviously we cannot now. And it's so unfortunate that individuals like Todd Blanche, who had a very, respectable reputation before joining ranks with Donald Trump, is willing to appease Donald Trump by doing these things against individuals who serve their country, I think, admirably and with noble distinction.
I want to be clear, we are not here because Matt Gaetz has been indicted, but Matt Gaetz in February of 2024 posted this with the term 86, quote, "We've now 86'd McCarthy, McDaniel, McConnell. Better days are ahead." Carol Leonnig, you do, I understand, have the indictment. Tell us what you're learning.
Yeah, it was just filed moments ago, Nicole, and forgive me for looking down at my phone during some of this. Comey is charged with 2 federal counts of crimes, and they are first making specific threats against the president and his successors, and then also making threats across interstate commerce. And I just want to say that this is filed, as we wrote a few hours ago, in the Eastern District of New York, which had an open investigation basically hours after Jim Comey posted this picture on or around May 15th, 2025 on his Instagram page. As you know, Nicole, he pretty quickly withdrew and took down this picture, wanting to make clear to people that he thought it might be political speech by someone, pretty clever political speech, but he did not want anyone to infer that he had any malevolent or violent intention or was trying to incite any violence. He was interviewed by the Secret Service as he drove home after he drove home from his vacation in North Carolina back to his home in Virginia. The Protective Intelligence Division, which chases down anybody who is making threats online about the president, often goes out to places after a threat's made in a bar, after a threat's made online, after a threat is made at the gates of the White House, interviews those individuals, and that's what they did with Jim Comey. And these are the charges that are resulting today out of the Eastern District of North Carolina.
It's crazy, guys.
The first time you said Eastern District of New York, I just want to make sure that you've got what I've got in front of you.
Comey indicted again.
North Carolina, right? Yes. I'm uncomfortable to even read this.
With a flare.
This is an indictment, so I will. Michael Feinberg, count 1 on or about May 15th, 2025 in the Eastern District of North Carolina. The defendant, Jim Comey, did knowingly and willfully make a threat to take the life of and inflict bodily harm upon the President of the United States, in that he publicly posted a photograph on the internet social media site Instagram, which depicted seashells arranged in a pattern making out 8647, in which a reasonable recipient who's familiar with the circumstances would interpret as a serious expression of an intent to do harm to the President of the United States. Again, Matt Gaetz posted, "We've 86'd McCarthy, McDaniel, McConnell, better days are ahead." Is there any reasonable interpretation that Matt Gaetz meant we'd killed them? Is this in law enforcement an accepted phrase that is associated with threats of death?
No, I actually first learned the phrase when I was working the door at a bar in Chicago shortly after I graduated college, where we would use it to refer to ejecting unruly customers. So when I saw Jim Comey's post on Instagram, from last year, I simply assumed it was a reference to removing the president from office. It is a very large leap to claim that that is a threat of violence. And because of that, I don't want the phrasing I'm about to use to make light of how malevolent and destructive of constitutional norms this Justice Department is being with this indictment. But this is the single dumbest charging decision I have ever seen in my entire law enforcement career or in my even longer career.
James Comey, guys, indicted for the second time. It's crazy, man. It's crazy, but it's most definitely real, guys. A lot of mixed reactions when it comes to that situation, man. A lot of people are saying that Trump is weaponizing the DOJ for his own personal gain, guys. Basically, to go against his opponents. Anybody that tries to go against
Democrat from Illinois. Governor, thank you so much for joining us. I'd be remiss if I didn't point out that I am from Chicago, born and raised, but I will not press you on whether the Bears are going to stay in the great state of Illinois. I do want to begin with the breaking news, though, that a grand jury has indicted former FBI Director James Comey. You yourself, Governor, have been a frequent target of the president. So what's your level of concern at this point about a potential federal prosecution?
We are 30 likes from 600, guys. Double tap that screen. If you're on a mobile device, or click the three dots with that thumbs up. Subscribe if you're new.
That he thinks I ought to be jailed. So, he goes after his political enemies. That's what he's doing here with James Comey. That's what he tried to do with Tish James. He is, in fact, weaponizing the Department of Justice against his political enemies. It's not right.
Do y'all believe that's what he's doing, guys? Let me know. Is he weaponizing the DOJ?
Grand jury to indict a ham sandwich, frankly. And
they've
done exactly that. Now they're going to have him go through. It's a whole bunch of lawfare against James Comey that's going to end with what? A picture of some seashells that say 8647. And they're going to make the case that James Comey wanted to kill the president of the United States because he tweeted this picture, 8647. It's just wrong. I mean, we all need to recognize this president. There's something wrong with him. He's getting his DOJ to go after people that he shouldn't. We've all got to stand up and speak out about this.
One issue that your party has been grappling with is just how much to focus on fighting the Trump administration versus focusing on the kitchen table issues that many think will win them the midterms. Do circumstances like this, though, distract from the affordability message? And perhaps is that what the president wants here?
You can do two things at once. We can stand up for people's affordability, people's ability to pay their bills, rent a home or buy a home, pay their electric bill. We can deal with that. In fact, we do that in the state of Illinois. We've raised wages here and we've lowered costs for people and lowered taxes for working families. But at the same time, we can't let them take our rights away. We can't let Donald Trump go after people, take away their due process rights, go after them because they're black or brown. These are all things that this administration is doing, and it's okay to speak up and speak out about this. We're Americans. We're for democracy, and frankly, they're taking that away every day. He's an authoritarian, and if we are not pushing back every single day, then we're doing it wrong because they're taking our rights away every single day.
Governor, what are you doing to push back against that type of rhetoric?
Well, I appreciate your asking. As you know, the ICE and CBP agents invaded the city of Chicago last fall, and they were tackling black and brown people, U.S. citizens, legal residents, people that spoke with an accent, and they were detaining them without any due process. They weren't going after the worst of the worst. And so I asked the people of Illinois to pull out their phones, take video of what was happening and make sure that we're keeping a record of that. And then we took them to court. We also created an accountability commission that is holding its sixth and final hearing today. And they're going to be issuing a report on it. And our intention is to hold accountable the people who've committed these crimes or breached their obligations as law enforcement agents, and whether we can hold them responsible today or when there is a new Congress or a new president. That's what we're trying to do. It may take us a couple of years, in fact, to go after people like Kash Patel, like Kristi Noem, like Tom Homan, like Greg Bovino, but we are coming after them.
Well, you mentioned this commission. It doesn't actually have any specific law enforcement authority. So when you say hold people accountable, what are you hoping that actually looks like?
We're gathering evidence. This is about creating a record so that when the time comes, we can take them to court. That is what I'm talking about. These folks are going to be held accountable by the law, by the Constitution, but not by this president, apparently, and not by his Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, but instead by the courts. And we will do it with prosecutors and leaders of the country who understand that you have to follow the law.
I do want to get to the fallout from Saturday's assassination attempt at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. There's a lot of finger pointing going on in the immediate aftermath.
Is it the rhetoric, guys? The rhetoric is all over the place on both sides. I said that earlier.
You yourself has used some charged language as well. Do you think it's possible in this political climate for either side to take the high road?
Well, you know, there's a difference between what I'm doing and what the president is doing. I'm calling for peaceful protest. I'm calling for people to speak out. That is our obligation as Americans. And by the way, it's protected by the First Amendment. The president, on the other hand, is literally using the Department of Justice to take people to prison. He's indicting people and prosecuting people for no reason other than they are his opponents. So there's a big difference between what each side is doing here. Here's what I would say about what happened at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. All of us need to be very careful about how we speak, that on both sides, the Democratic side, the Republican side, people need to be careful. We can talk about our disagreements. We can disagree vehemently and peacefully. But what we shouldn't do and what we can't do is call for violence. And that's something, unfortunately, we've heard, frankly, from people in the administration. We've heard from people on the Republican side and some Democrats, too. But you've seen that the violence isn't just against Republicans, it's against Democrats and Republicans. And we need to prevent that by bringing the rhetoric down. Again, we've got to disagree vehemently, but we don't need to disagree by calling for violence. The president sometimes calls for his supporters at his rallies to, punch or take out a protester. He's called for the death penalty for Mark Milley, a general of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. These are things that shouldn't happen. We all need to bring the rhetoric down. I hope the president will learn the lesson that I think the rest of the country has already learned.
The other thing I want to ask you about is the conspiracy theories that were quickly spreading after the assassination attempt.
The conspiracy theories. A lot of people say staged.
Given the current social media climate, do you think leaders like yourself need to be more proactive about correcting misinformation? And are Democrats doing enough to snuff out some of these conspiracy theories?
It's social media companies that ought to be making sure that we're snuffing out some of this rhetoric, because they are doing nothing. They're literally letting hate speech happen on their platforms. That shouldn't be. We should be very careful about what people are, allowed to post. I really believe that hate speech has proliferated because of the failure of organizations, of companies like X, to do something about what gets posted. Meanwhile, yes, of course, it's our responsibility as elected officials to say the right things, to push back when people are trying to talk about violence or hate online. But there's only so much you can do. You can see how many posts there are in any given minute online. So all we can do is police our own rhetoric, what it is that we post online. And I would hope the president would do the same. Unfortunately, he doesn't seem capable.
The rhetoric, guys.
Governor, thank you so much for being with us. And of course, go Bears.
They're saying the rhetoric has a lot to do with these recent attacks, when it comes to President Trump, a lot of what's being said. But one of the top Democrats, Mr. Hakeem Jeffries, say he ain't changing nothing and he don't give a damn about no rhetoric. About what he said. I'm just saying that's what he said.
Violence has no place in civic life, and it certainly cannot continue to be used against the President of the United States.
Let this be a message to anyone who thinks that Washington, D.C. is the place to act out political violence. We will prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law.
The president spoke on late Saturday evening with the message of unity and a backing of law enforcement, and we have followed through on that message.
DOJ officials briefing the public following the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner on Saturday. The incident intensifying the debate on Capitol Hill over DHS funding, as the Secret Service has still not been paid and is still working to protect the president. One Secret Service official shot Saturday, but expected to recover. Maria spoke with New York Congressman Mike Lawler on this program yesterday. Here is what he told her.
First, it was about health care. Now it's about ICE and CBP.
Y'all think they trying to deflect from the Epstein files, guys?
Laws. They want
speaking of the Epstein files, the survivors broke out today, guys.
But the fact is, they need to put the politics of their far left radical base aside, and they need to do what is right by the American people. The Department of Homeland Security needs to be funded in full. You have a Secret Service agent who was shot at point blank range. Thank God he was wearing a vest. But he's not being paid. The Secret Service, the Coast Guard, we're in the middle of a war in Iran, and the Coast Guard is not being paid. It is absolute insanity. It is time to pass this bill. And if the Democrats won't join us in funding the department in full, then yes, we need to do Reconciliation 2.0 immediately and pass full funding for the Department of Homeland Security.
President Trump urging the House to pass full funding for DHS, writing on True Social, we need all Republicans join together, support this budget blueprint, which will allow us to bypass Democrat obstruction in the Senate. House Republicans must unify and pass the same blueprint to get the bill done.
A lot of people feel like this incident was staged, guys.
House Speaker Johnson says he's looking to push for a modified bill, which raises the possibility of more delays. I want to bring in Florida Senator Ashley Moody. Senator, when you were Florida's Attorney General, you brought charges against Ryan Ruth, who plotted to assassinate the president on his golf course. The second attempt on this president. Your expectations from your experience of how this is all going to unfold with this new suspect?
Yeah, my experience is going to be night and day from what DOJ and Jeanine Pirro are handling today. Remember, when I was the Florida Attorney General and that assassination attempt occurred at Mar-a-Lago against our president, Joe Biden was in the White House, and we had a DOJ that had, in many respects, many of the agencies under DOJ had blatantly shown that they were working against the interests of the American people and the president. And we were being obstructed in our own investigation in Florida. So if you'll remember, I pleaded with DOJ at that time, look, share evidence, talk to our investigators, make sure you allow us unfettered work with you so that the American people can trust that this investigation is happening in a transparent, accountable way. And of course, the Biden administration and that DOJ was throwing up roadblocks at every turn. So we had no choice. We had to bring our own investigation, our own suit. And I was glad to do that, not only to bring justice and accountability for that assassination attempt against our president, but also to make sure that the American people understood that there would be at the same time a parallel investigation by a state who really wanted to seek transparency and accountability for the people.
You know, Senator, the White House is blaming Saturday's shooting on
How
the
you make
Democrats'
it through
rhetoric.
there, guys?
They're saying this is contributing
Didn't
to
get
this
hit not
climate
even
of
one
escalating
time, but he
political
was able to
violence.
go
And White House
right
Press
past
Secretary
her,
Caroline
not get
Leavitt
hit.
called out House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries over his comments, declaring
Now watch
maximum
this.
warfare
Hakeem say he
on
ain't changing
Republicans,
nothing.
just days before this shooting happened. Now, Jeffries is defending his choice of language. Watch this.
The notion that any of us are concerned with so-called criticism from these phony Republicans as it relates to anything that has been said, certainly as it relates to the comment related to maximum warfare everywhere, all the time, in connection with the redistricting battle that Republicans launched. I stand by it. You can continue to criticize me for it. I don't give a damn about your criticism.
Told you.
2 days after the attempt on the president at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, Senator, your reaction?
And that guy's holding himself out as a steward and guardian and leader of this nation. It's tragic. It's heartbreaking. I can tell you that that reference of phony Republicans, I wonder what he's talking about. Are we making up that our president has, there's been an attempt to assassinate our president 3 times? Are we making
They saying
up
it's
that
staged, ma'am. They
conservative
saying it's
leaders have
staged.
been assassinated? Are we making up that they are basically calling this president a dictator and a fascist? I mean, I have a guy running against me right now that refers to the whole Make America Great Again movement as fascism. I mean, it is unbelievable, the rhetoric coming from my colleagues, and I would just call on them to be the responsible leaders, be the people who care about the success and future of this country that the people that elected you sent you here to be. We know that the person who attempted the assassination on President Trump's life on Saturday night had attended No Kings rallies. I mean, we are talking about so much more than another incident. How many times are we going to have an assassination attempt? How many times are we going to have another radical left attack? You know, the radical left attacks, the violent attacks have increased dramatically in the last few years. And I would just say this has become so much more about another incident or another attack. This is no longer about 2 teams battling on the field for policy and how to achieve the success for this nation. You now have a team who is purposefully trying to take out a quarterback. It's like Bountygate all over again. They want him carted off the field. And at the same time, I'm not so sure they're trying to take down the whole stadium at the same time. Listen to their rhetoric. They preach against America. They preach against the ideals we were founded on. This is so much more than against Saturday night. And it's my sincere hope that the media now realizes that. They understand that we've been trying to say this all along, and we must change the rhetoric and the approach and the narrative if we want this country to continue on the trajectory of success we've had for the last 250 years.
And also, you know, maybe try to stop, again, we've seen with social media companies in the past, try to stop this hateful rhetoric and these echo chambers that are created with some of these online groups. Maybe there's more work to be done, legal work to be done, law enforcement work to be done, so that these individuals don't become so incredibly radicalized that they get on a train from California to D.C. With guns and knives in their pockets. I do want to move on to some big business with Florida. Lawmakers are beginning this special session today there. They're going to consider this newly proposed congressional map. Unveiled by the governor, this could give Republicans up to 4 additional seats. Now, Governor DeSantis says the new map adjusts for the state's rapid growth. The Virginia Supreme Court is weighing the legality of the Commonwealth's new redistricting map after a state court blocked its implementation. That would give Democrats a 10-to-1 advantage if that's officially approved. Senator, I want to get your reaction and what are your expectations for today with Florida?
Yeah, so as you know, Florida is in a special session this week to address redistricting. We'll see what they do. There's no other state in the nation that is more justified in looking at a mid-decade redistricting than Florida. I think about just the last 5 years in our population growth. You have people from all over the country, from ruined, failed, blue states that are just seeking a place where government wants to actually protect their citizens and keep government out of their lives as much as possible. In fact, Governor DeSantis and I worked very hard to do just that during the COVID epidemic, which is why so many people are now fleeing to Florida. So we've had such a large shift in population and where those people are moving that it merits taking a look at that. So we'll see what the legislature does this week. I think that they'll be looking at this very closely. And as you know, Governor DeSantis and his team have released a proposed map already.
All right. We're going to be following that, of course. Senator Ashley Moody, it's always great to have you on the program.
Great to be with you.
Thank you for being here. We'll be right back, everybody.
It's just some with the rhetoric, guys, in their eyes that is causing, all of this conflict, guys, this political violence. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. I'm just like, wow.
Moment, the Department of Justice is set to come out and brief us regarding the suspect in Saturday night's White House Correspondents' Dinner attack. So let's take a look.
No. That's not what I was looking for. My bad, guys. Hold on real quick. It gotta be this one.
in civic life, and it certainly cannot continue to be used against the President of the United States.
Let this be a
It's
message.
the rhetoric, guys.
Anyone who thinks that Washington, D.C. is the place to act out political violence, we will prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law.
The president spoke on late Saturday evening with the message of unity and a backing of law enforcement, and we have followed through on that message.
Lord Cash Patel.
DOJ officials briefing the public following the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner on Saturday night. The incident intensifying the debate on Capitol Hill over funding for the Department of Homeland Security, as the Secret Service has still not been paid and is still working to protect the president. One
The
Secret
Secret
Service
Service is
official
not
was shot
getting
Saturday.
paid. Oh, that's how he was able to get through there allegedly. Okay. Oh, I didn't know they wasn't getting paid. Oh, okay.
Paid and is still working to protect.
Yeah, I heard that.
Homeland
The Secret
Security.
Service is
As
not
the
getting
Secret Service
paid.
has still not been paid and is
They wasn't getting. No wonder he was able to run straight
as the
through
Secret
there.
Service has still
No
not
wonder.
been
There
paid
you
and
go.
is still working to protect the president. One Secret Service official was shot Saturday, but is expected to recover. Maria spoke with New York Congressman Mike Lawler on this program yesterday. Here's what he told her.
First, it was about health care. Now it's about ICE
Okay.
and CBP. They want to abolish it. They don't want to enforce our immigration laws. They want criminal aliens to roam free in our country. But the fact is, they need to put the politics of their far left radical base aside, and they need to do what is right by the American people. The Department of Homeland Security needs to be funded in full. You have a Secret Service agent who was shot at point blank range. Thank God he was wearing a vest. But he's not being paid. The Secret Service, the Coast Guard, we're in the middle of a war in Iran, and the Coast Guard is not being paid. It is absolute insanity. It is time to pass this bill. And if the Democrats won't join us in funding the department in full, then yes, we need to do Reconciliation 2.0 immediately and pass full funding for the Department of Homeland Security.
And President Trump is urging the House to pass full funding for DHS, writing this on Truth Social. We need all Republicans to join together, support this budget blueprint, which will allow us to bypass Democrat obstruction in the Senate. House Republicans must unify and pass the
Word
same
from
blueprint
Trump,
to get the
guys.
bill done. I've asked for the final bill on my desk by June 1st. Joining me now, West Virginia Congressman Riley Moore. Congressman, House Speaker Johnson says he's looking to push for a modified bill, which raises the possibility of more delays. Your reaction?
Cheryl, thanks for having me on. And yes, the one problem that you got to realize that we had in the DHS approach bill passed by the Senate.
I don't want to talk about too many bills. I want to stay on the topic of the rhetoric, guys. Is that what's causing the people, to basically crash out, do things they would not normally do, guys? You know what I'm saying? Because of what they're being fed. Is that what's going on with the political attacks, guys? Let me know. You know what I'm saying? They doing an awful lot of preaching about rhetoric, guys. You know what I'm saying? To where they say the freedom of speech is being threatened. Censorship. I'm just saying.
It is sort of this uniquely American moment that we have a violent act with a gun, with a person who's clearly deranged. Then there's the partisan finger pointing. And now we're kind of back where we always are. I mean, is it fair to take this incident, say that it's the Democrats' fault, and if you're a Republican, never question or criticize President Trump for his rhetoric?
Abby, I think that the political rhetoric has gotten too coarse across the board. I think that today in America, I think there's just simply too much vitriol that's exchanged. But I do think it's reality that there's been 3 assassination attempts on this president's life in the last 2 years. And I think that there has been a heightened amount of rhetoric that's been coming out of the left in recent days. And so I think it is appropriate for us to ask everybody to begin to bring the coarseness down.
Look, I certainly agree with Mark on this, but we also have to keep in mind that the president of the United States has been using very divisive rhetoric for a long time. But I'm hoping that we can have a reset here. I mean, it is bad on both sides. everyone needs to chill and realize that there is more that unites us in this country than divides us. I was very happy to see President Trump on Saturday evening when he gave a press conference strike a very conciliatory tone. I'm hoping that will continue. It feels like some of his surrogates today had been on TV very on message in a way that is not helpful. But both sides just need to come together and realize the more divisive rhetoric that comes out of the left and the right.
He says not both sides. I feel like it's both sides as well.
Rhetoric. It's actually policies. We have a president.
I feel like it's both sides as well. We most definitely done heard Trump do it before as well. We ain't gonna turn a blind eye like we haven't. I believe that it has to stop on both sides if it's to stop, guys.
Who likes conspicuous cruelty. We saw it in how ICE was operating on the streets. It is why he wants to bring back Alcatraz. It is why he wants to bring back firing squads. It is why he was delighted with his visit to Alligator Alcatraz. And in fact, when a reporter asked him before he traveled to Florida, what was the point to make sure that if they tried to get away, that they would be eaten by alligators? He says, we're going to teach them how to run. And they better not run in a straight line. They better run like this. That conspicuous cruelty and wanting to see that, and in his first administration saying that he wanted police officers to rough up people that they arrested before they even got into jail, got a trial.
Make sure you guys take time to double tap that screen if you're on a mobile device. That's how you hit the like button and show YouTube that you support the show, guys. It's free. It don't cost you $1. If you're on a mobile device, double tap your screen. If you're on any kind of other device, click the 3 dots in the right-hand corner and hit that thumbs up, guys. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel. You know what I'm saying? Subscribe to the channel, man.
That lust for that is a whole other thing. We can't keep saying like, oh, it's just because people are talking. There are things that are happening that we are seeing, and that is a real thing, and that is contributing to a negative environment in this country.
Is it a both and? I mean, I think they're making the point. There is a lot of violence right now, but it is also true that President Trump is the most powerful megaphone, not to mention person, in this country. And he himself has a very long history of violent rhetoric.
Maximum warfare everywhere, all the time. That was said before and after the last person that just tried to kill Donald Trump. We're going to have more people try to kill Donald Trump if we don't stop. I just started talking about this.
You're okay.
I'm quoting Hakeem Jeffries.
Yeah,
the leader of the Democratic
let me
Party.
actually play Hakeem Jeffries in context. Just listen to this.
Hakeem Jeffries just this month said, we are in an era of maximum warfare everywhere all the time.
Donald Trump and Republicans launched this gerrymandering war. We are in an era of maximum warfare everywhere all the time. And we're going to keep the pressure on Republicans in every single state in the union to ensure at the end of the day that there is a fair national map.
Governor Josh Shapiro said heads need to roll within the administration.
People have been disappeared in the community. American civil rights have been violated. None of this is acceptable. Heads do need to roll, certainly within the administration.
So the reason I stopped you is because there's a difference between using an idiom and a figure of speech and calling for violence. Any person who understands the English language knows that. And I think that is true of that quote that you just read of Hakeem Jeffries and the one that you heard from Josh Shapiro.
There will be more attacks and there'll be more conservatives that will be killed if the Democratic Party doesn't wake up and realize that words have meaning and they light the fuse. It has happened to too many people, including Charlie Kirk, a friend of mine. You can't sit here and have Joe Biden say that Donald Trump, quote, is a clear and present danger to democracy, and then have surrogates back there.
I mean,
but he is.
The American people don't believe that. They elected him again.
You believe it?
I don't believe he's a clear and present danger to this country. I think he's a savior for this country.
I absolutely
I believe that you
and
do.
I believe that
But
a
I
lot
think-
of Americans do
but
too.
I think-
and calling something what it is not an incitement to violence.
It is for the people trying to kill Donald Trump.
No,
In the manifesto, it said that is why they were trying to kill Donald Trump. Read their words in their manifestos. They will tell you it is because of what you're saying.
It is a very easy thing for me to say that a violent person behaving violently is wrong. It is a very easy
But
thing.
I'll give them the- I'll light the
I'm sorry,
fuse.
I'll finish. And it is a very easy thing for me to say that political violence does not belong in our politics, and it is a sign. It is a sign of an unhealthy democracy. But I will never take lessons in civility from this president and this White House when they have engaged
So
in the
therefore,
very
light the
same
fuse, and
in the
it's
very
justifiable
same
to
thing.
attack and try to kill the president.
And conservatives did not want to connect Donald Trump's rhetoric to Charlottesville. They did not.
No, it was
they did not.
the
I'm
Southern
sorry,
Poverty
I'll
Law
finish.
Center that
They
paid
did
for
not.
that violence.
They
By
did
the way, we
not.
learned that
They
last
did
week.
not.
Yeah, I agree.
They
with you.
did not.
That was Southern Poverty
They
Law
did
Center.
not. They did not want to connect him to January 6th and his rhetoric and all the things that he said around January 6th to that violence. They did not get upset with him when he pardoned all of the January 6th rioters. They did not.
Therefore, it is justifiable in America to go kill the president of the United States of
What
America.
I'm trying to
That's
say,
what you're
you
saying.
should understand, is that hypocrisy does not feel good to Americans, and they
Hold on.
reject it.
I go back
Let me
to court
Let me
here.
just say, Ben, nobody here has justified the attempts against President Trump's life or anybody's life.
There's new polling data that's out that say that there's about 20% of young Democrats in this country that think political violence is acceptable. Could that be because we have normalized demonizing the sitting president of the United States of America and calling him Adolf Hitler, or saying he's a threat to democracy, or saying that he's an evil man,
J.D.
or
Vance
saying
called him Adolf Hitler.
I'm hearing good points on both sides, guys. Is it the rhetoric? Let me know, man. Continue to get those likes up. Double tap that screen if you have not on your mobile device, or click the 3 dots, hit the thumbs up, guys. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. They saying it's about the rhetoric, guys. What do y'all think?
Again, I go back. Did he take it back? Did he
Yes,
take it back?
yes,
And
he
guess
got
what?
something
He
out of
realized,
it.
oh wait,
He
the
got
guy's not
something out
Adolf
of it.
Hitler,
He got
and I
something out of
actually
it.
like him. He
If-
works
if
for them.
I got- if I had a payoff out of it, I would take it
Abby,
back
this is
too.
why they will never
Exactly.
stop trying to kill Donald Trump, because there is no bullet that can be shot at him that somehow is not justified by the left, saying, well, somehow it's Donald Trump's fault.
Well, look,
he's the one that said
I'll
things in the
say
past.
this. I'll say this.
They are going to try to kill him
Hold on.
forever if y'all
I
keep
will
this
say
up.
this until I'm blue in the face. No one at this table
Nobody.
has justified
All these
any
issues you have
violence
don't
against
mean
President
anything.
Trump.
Abby,
And so I think that
with all
making
due
those
respect,
generalizations, no, with all due respect, making those kinds of generalizations only coarsens the dialogue that we're trying to have. And look, if your argument
the
is
entire
that
table
if
has
your
been
hold
criticizing
on,
Trump
hold on.
after he got
if
shot
your
at.
argument is that the totality of the circumstances are simply what is being said about Donald Trump, that Donald Trump is a threat to democracy, whatever. Let me just play this. This is Caroline Levitt. She's accusing Democrats of what you're accusing them of, and then listen to the rest of this.
Senator Elizabeth Warren, President Trump is making the country look like a, quote, fascist state. Senator Adam Schiff saying President Trump using a dictator playbook. Senator Ed Markey calling President Trump a dictator, saying that this administration's actions are authoritarianism on steroids.
We're living in a fascist state. It all comes out of the White House. Crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, is a radical left, Marxist, communist, fascist. She's a Marxist.
Senator Elizabeth Warren, President Trump is making the country look like a, quote, fascist state. Senator Adam Schiff saying President Trump using a dictator playbook. Senator Ed Markey calling President Trump a dictator, saying that this administration's actions are authoritarianism on steroids.
We're living in a fascist state. It all comes out of the White House. Crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, is a radical left, Marxist, communist, fascist. She's a Marxist. She's a fascist. Comrade Kamala Harris.
So look, the point is that it's not that Donald Trump is responsible for violence against those people. The point is that it's not enough to explain the moment that we are in. It's just, did he call her a fascist? Did she call him a fascist? Because that is happening on both sides of the debate. There is more that is contributing to where we are as a country, and it is bad. It is unquestionably bad. And if we fail to actually address the root causes, we are going nowhere.
I
We're
would
not
say this.
resolving
I would say
this.
this. So if we want to bring the country together, since Donald Trump was actually shot, has he toned down his rhetoric, or has he raised the rhetoric?
It has been.
It is definitely
72
toned down from
It has been what,
2016
40?
to 2020.
It has been 48 hours.
No, I said the first time when he was shot.
Some for, some against, guys. Is it the rhetoric that's driving some Americans to do attempts on Trump? How do y'all feel? Let me know in the comments how y'all feel about it.
In the year. Has his rhetoric gone up or down?
All right.
I agree with you. In 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20, he was way more in your face. You look at a
His
guy that was
rhetoric-
shot at again
his
the other
rhetoric
night,
in
and he
general?
went much calmer.
Look,
much calmer. And yet you still say, well, this is somehow Donald Trump's fault.
We have more to on this topic because there's more on this topic. But to answer your question, has Donald Trump's behavior
What
changed?
what should you have said the other night differently?
This is to Juliet's point. It's not any one particular moment. It is
but I
the
also think
totality of
let maybe if we could just sort of switch the conversation, just look going forward. And does anyone at this table believe that Trump can lead, because he is the leader of the
Yes.
United States, towards a less violent rhetoric?
All right, hold on. Yeah, they most definitely pushing rhetoric. Oh man, it's the rhetoric. What's going on with the rhetoric? You got to watch what you say when referring to the president of the United States. But Trump be doing the same thing when he most definitely takes shots at them as well. So that's why I think it's a both parties type thing. And I think that it's just genuinely people who are out there who are crazy anyway, that do these type of things. I don't know if it's so much with the rhetoric. I could see it, maybe, but I think it's just a bunch of crazy people. But you're entitled to feel however you want to feel. But more on the rhetoric situation.
Has got to stop. And that's something President Trump said right after the incident on Saturday night. When you have reporters, when you have media just being overly critical and calling the president horrible names for no reason and without evidence, without proof, it shouldn't surprise us that this type of rhetoric takes place.
And that was Todd Blanche, the acting Attorney General, yesterday. Saturday shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, prompting more calls to end political violence and the rhetoric fueling it. Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna is pushing for a bipartisan commission to end political violence, and he joins us now. Congressman, how would this look? How would this go forward? You going to analyze it? Are you going to set up a criteria or a marching orders or a to-do list?
Well, it's first an acknowledgement that political violence is out of hand, that it is affecting people in both parties, that both parties have a responsibility to address it. There should be a national commission, and we can look at concrete things. One, the role that social media is playing in amplifying the most sensational, outrageous content that sometimes incites violence.
Social media.
Amplifying the most sensational, outrageous content that sometimes incites violence. Second, looking at mental health issues. Third, looking at how we can have intervention when you have someone sick, like the person who was tried the attempted assassination on the president and his cabinet. How do we get earlier intervention? And finally, what are the standards of how we can all do better in our political rhetoric without violating the First Amendment?
Oh man, we ain't hit 63K subscribers yet, man. Subscribe to the channel, man. If you're new, we need under 100 subscribers, guys, in order to hit that 63K mark subscribers, guys. So if you're in the building, you ain't subscribed, subscribe to the channel, man. Most definitely hit that like button.
We want robust speech. People should be able to criticize me, but there's a difference between criticism and the incitement of violence.
Right. I agree. I think the sentiment is widespread, although it didn't seem like it was being embraced by Hakeem Jeffries yesterday. But Congressman, do you think it was a good move to have that spirit of what you just said and sit down with somebody like Hassan Piker?
Well, look, Hassan Piker is part of the First Amendment. I go on Sean Ryan. I've gone on Flagrant. I've gone on Hassan Piker. I go left, right. People criticize me for coming on Fox News. Not that I'm comparing you to other podcasts, but I have condemned unequivocally the idea that America somehow deserved 9/11. Of course we didn't. It was a terrorist attack by al-Qaeda. I've condemned the idea that anyone would threaten the life of a sitting senator. I disagree with Senator Scott. Of course, he should be safe. So one can have conversations, but condemn any incitement to violence.
You really think that? Okay, here's Hassan Piker and some of the things he said.
If you cared about Medicare or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott.
I'm pro stealing from big corporations because, you know, they steal quite a bit more from their own workers. Brian Thompson, as the United Healthcare CEO, was engaging in a tremendous amount of social murder. Virtually every American has a similar experience, a shared experience where they have a loved one that spent their last days instead of spending them with their family, spending it on the phone, talking to their healthcare provider.
I mean, this is just some of the stuff that he said. He says the Hezbollah flag is dope. He likes Hamas better than Republicans. Landlords are MFers. And you go and sit down with him and you put your reputation on the line and you want everybody else to take a step back?
Well, Brian, because I have said that Hamas is a terrorist organization, Hezbollah is a terrorist organization. I was one of the first people who condemned the shooting of the United Healthcare executive. But millions of people follow Hassan Piker. Why? Because he's speaking about some of the frustrations. He's speaking about the fact that people don't have healthcare in America. Well, there are a lot of people on the podcast world, et cetera, who say things that are outrageous or sensationalist, and I push back when you do that. But we have to understand the anger in this country of people who feel they can't buy a house, they can't afford gas, they can't have health care, they're upset at the system. It's one of the reasons Trump won twice, and we have to engage while condemning the violence. But if you look at, I never engage in approving of violence, approving of the incitement of violence, and I'll condemn it when I hear it.
Congressman, I just can't believe you choose to go on. I mean, Cory Booker and others have not. But I want to ask you about DHS funding because it's really important. While we try to get the rhetoric down and people safe, DHS is not funded. Border Patrol is not funded. Border Patrol and ICE, you guys don't want to fund. So therefore, TSA and others. So Department of Homeland Security is not fully funded. You guys have asked for changes. So you have a new secretary. It's Markwayne Mullin. Rubio is out. Now in front, Tom Homan is handling the cities. They basically pulled out of Minneapolis. They now are putting serial numbers on their uniforms. They're wearing body cameras. There's no more roving patrols. To me, this is an opportunity for the Democrats to say, we made progress. Republicans listened. You always say you like to go across party lines and solve problems. I believe you have enough to declare victory. Instead, the lockout and the shutdown and the denial of funds continues. How do you explain that?
Well, Brian, first of all, you know I've gone across the aisle. I worked with Thomas Massie to pass the Epstein files release. I've worked with people on the Republican side to stop this war that's driving gas and food prices up. But here's the point where we should agree. Let's fund TSA. Let's fund the Border Patrol. We disagree on ICE. ICE already has $75 billion.
You can't pick and choose. You can't pick and choose what you fund. You can't pick and you don't want Republicans to decide what should be funded in the State Department and what this shouldn't be. So when it comes to funding, you already allocate it.
Why not get the compromise?
But you already got it. You got four things. You got four things.
No, the problem is they already had $75 billion in additional funding for ICE. And the reality is Americans were targeted and raided. What happened in Minneapolis was outrageous. And it's gone in raids with violations of human rights. And so we just have a philosophical difference. I think ICE needs to go back under the Justice Department like it was for 50 years.
That's a different conversation.
It's some BS.
Why don't we fund the TSA workers? Why don't we fund the Border Patrol and bracket the ICE debate?
Why?
I mean, when they already have $75 billion.
We need ICE. And if the previous president didn't open up the borders, ICE wouldn't have to try to round up 15 million people.
look, we need a secure border, but we need, even Donald Trump said that when you have people working in the agricultural fields, when you have people working in construction, when you have people doing hard work and they're undocumented, have a path to legalization. Why don't we have that conversation? Why don't we have a conversation about what we can do to solve the immigration issue, and we should have a secure border.
But you don't need to hold. You don't have to hold a segment of the country hostage that live paycheck to paycheck because you decide you thought ICE was over-aggressive. So they changed the way they did. They put a new person in charge, and you're still not funding it. It is just maddening, Congressman.
No, they've got $75 billion already funded, and the real issue is that the Democrats want to fund TSA. We want to fund the Border Patrol. We want changes in ICE because we feel that ICE has been a rogue agency. But look, we should have a conversation about what we can do in immigration reform to move this forward.
Congressman Ro Khanna, thanks so much. More Fox and Friends in a moment.
Always appreciate it, Brian.
Thank you.
All right, and you already know that the Democrats got to blame the Republicans and the Republicans got to blame the Democrats, and they got to have a showdown, and it always got to be something going on when it, you know what I'm saying? Like they going to always blame each other no matter what. You'll never know who's right and who's wrong. But speaking of the blame game, the Democrats are basically playing the blame game right now against the Republicans. They saying that after what this attack we just seen, that the Republicans need to come on and pass the DHS funding bill, guys. You know what I'm saying? Which caused Chuck Schumer to have something to say, and Mike Johnson, Speaker Mike Johnson as well. Man, continue to double tap that screen, get the likes all the way up, man. We ought to be at about 700 likes by now. We need 30 more likes, guys. If you're in the building and haven't hit that like button, double tap that screen. Most definitely get the likes up. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. You know, this is Everything News. I will most definitely keep you up to date with everything that's latest in breaking when it comes to the news, guys. Chuck Schumer and Mike Johnson.
Be crystal clear with Americans all across the country. The Department of Homeland Security remains unfunded because of House Republicans and the inability of Republicans, House and Senate, to get their act together. The Senate has twice passed DHS funding unanimously, starting 33 days ago. It's 33 days since the Senate passed the funding. All the House had to do, all Johnson has to do is put it on the floor, and it'll pass. It'll pass by a whole lot of votes. But right now, Republicans are blocking it. Full stop. No other explanation. That's the entire story, period. Republicans are blocking DHS funding. And now, instead of focusing on the one thing that could make Americans safer, passing the DHS bill, what are Republicans focused on? It's amazing. A $400 million gilded ballroom funded by the taxpayers.
The ballroom, remember, a lot of people, you know, say that this whole thing with what took place the other day with old guy running past Secret Service, that they could have been like staged in order for Trump to be able to get his ballroom built. And there has been some ballroom talk, but Bernie kind of threw it out there as if, you know, they trying to get a ballroom.
$100 million gilded ballroom.
And he done bumped his head too. I see you got a big bandage right there. What you done did to your head, boy?
Funded by the taxpayers. That's not about national security. If it was, they would pass the DHS bill today. Trump is focused instead of on national security by funding DHS, by coming to an end of this war, which puts us in security danger. He's focused on the ballroom. What is the matter with him? It's so out of touch with what Americans want. Americans struggling with the affordability crisis don't want a $400 million gold-plated ballroom. Americans want to be safe. It's been over a month since the Senate first passed the DHS bill unanimously. We did it twice. For 33 days, House Republicans have chosen to block DHS funding. And Democrats, we stand as one to keep our national security strong and keep Americans safe. Republicans keep digging themselves deeper and deeper in a hole, and then they try to point fingers at us, but they should be looking right in the mirror. We've passed this twice, all the Democrats joining with our Senate Republicans. But Republicans continue to undermine our security by infighting and delaying the DHS bill. If Trump and the Republicans really care about security, they should join Democrats in funding Secret Service, TSA, FEMA, CISA, Coast Guard, and the other DHS agencies. The bill is written, the votes are there, they could pass the funding today. There's no excuse. Republicans don't get to block national security funding for 33 days and then blame Democrats for the consequences. How ridiculous. No one's buying that. No one's buying that. Americans want us to keep them safe, not to waste their dollars on Trump's luxury ballroom. It's amazing that they're not even bucking him on that. The absurdity of it. So we say, Speaker Johnson, Donald Trump, Republicans, get your act together. Protect Americans. National security is on the line. Pass DHS now. No more delay. Senator Murray.
It's crazy, guys.
Mr. Leader. Well,
I didn't know
let's be
Secret
clear.
Service wasn't
House
getting paid.
Republicans could fund DHS today. They should have done it a month ago after we unanimously passed a bill in the Senate to fund DHS and get agencies, TSA, FEMA, Secret Service, Coast Guard funded, literally over a month ago. And after the House sent us back a non-starter, the Senate again, second time, unanimously cleared a bill to fund DHS. On April 1st, Speaker Johnson and Leader Thune vowed to fund DHS, quote, in the coming days. Must have been an April Fool's joke, because instead, Speaker Johnson has extended the shutdown for 4 weeks and counting. So if Speaker Johnson and House Republicans are looking for someone to blame for this shutdown, we need to find them a mirror, because nothing is stopping them from getting DHS funded this week, today, just like nothing was stopping them last week or the week before. As for ICE and Border Patrol funding, Democrats have been very clear. We will not provide new funding until there are desperately needed reforms. After the abuses we've seen, that should not be a lot to ask. They're very basic things: visible ID, no mask, justice warrants, use of force protocols. None of that is extreme in the slightest. And by the way, we were actually making progress in our talks. The White House and Republicans agreed to some of our reforms until suddenly they did not. Suddenly, they decided to go the partisan route and shovel billions upon billions of dollars at ICE and Border Patrol without any new reforms. All the while, House Republicans are twiddling their thumbs and blocking the bill to fund the rest of DHS that has been without funding for a record-breaking stretch. In fact, Secretary Mullen and the White House are clear they need to pass this bill. Otherwise, they will no longer have the funds to pay the Coast Guard, TSA screeners, and all the other employees at DHS after this next paycheck at the end of this week. So it's well over time for Speaker Johnson and House Republicans to stop holding up disaster relief, funding for the Coast Guard, TSA, Secret Service, and more, and make sure those employees get paid later in May. Speaker Johnson needs to listen to the advice of many of his own members and put the bipartisan funding bill on the floor now. We know it will pass overwhelmingly if it is just put up for the vote. So they need to get this done. Americans have had enough of this Republican chaos, from gas prices to grocery prices to a president starting wars unchecked to failing to fund most of DHS. Republicans are actually causing their own problems, and Americans are paying the price. Thank you.
Senator Schatz.
Sometimes things are complicated. Sometimes you have to spend an hour preparing for a press conference. This is not one of those times. If you want to open the Department of Homeland Security, all of it, pass the bill that the Senate has already passed with 0 no votes from Republicans or Democrats. 0 senators voted against the bill that is in the possession of the House. And so they're sort of stroking their chins and running around acting like this is very complicated. It is not complicated. Just pass the DHS bill and it will pass overwhelmingly. The real challenge for House Republicans is that they would rather keep the Department of Homeland Security closed than rely on a bipartisan majority to open it. Democrats are ready to vote for that bill. But Speaker Johnson's worst fear is not keeping the department closed. It is having to lean on a bipartisan majority to get something done. And one of the reasons that the House Republicans have been so much of a historic failure is their unwillingness to lean on Democrats when there is a bipartisan consensus. There is a bipartisan consensus in the Senate. We passed this bill. We can open up all aspects of the Department of Homeland Security except a couple of narrow departments which are getting funded through a separate process. And so our message is not complicated. It is not nuanced. It is not partisan. Pass the bill, open the department.
Questions?
There's been some discussion about the idea of including ballroom funding in reconciliation or in DHS funding. Is there any appetite amongst Democrats to either approve it without funding or to approve it with taxpayer funding? And also, just a follow-up, can you tell us what happened to your forehead?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to ask, but just it's
A closet door was open late at night and it met my forehead. In answer to your more important question, no, we don't need this ballroom. You want to help national security? The ballroom has nothing to do with it. Help national security by funding DHS. We don't want to fund it. We don't want to approve it. It is not necessary. It's typical of what is wrong with Donald Trump, focusing on the wrong things that appease his ego and don't help the American people one bit. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Speaker Johnson has suggested potentially changing this Senate bill. I want to get your reaction to that. And also, as you know, House Democrats have a discharge petition similar to what's already been approved. Do you think they should try to force a vote on that?
Well, let me first say this. Johnson, all he has to do is pass the bill that passed the Senate unanimously. It would get lots of votes. He's letting a small group. Look, he has a small majority. I get that. But you don't let a small group of hard right-wingers who are so out of touch with what America needs and so out of touch with the American people guide you and dominate you. And Johnson is looking tremendously weak by letting these extremists run the show. That's why it's 33 days. If he weren't afraid of them, if he had the fortitude to stand up to them, we wouldn't have to have this chart. Yes.
Thank you, Leader Schumer. On the Senate floor last week, you said, quote, nobody in the country respects ICE and Border Patrol. Do you still stand by that?
Look, the bottom line is very simple. ICE and Border Patrol, as we have said, need reform. I stand by that.
Do you believe that nobody respects
Go
them?
ahead.
Is Speaker Johnson or anyone from the House Republican Conference negotiating those tweaks to the Senate passed DHS bill with you or appropriation?
We don't need tweaks.
I have no idea what they're talking
We don't know what they're talking about because they're just stuck. So they come up with, we need some technical changes. Hold up national security for technical changes? It's absurd. They can pass the bill right now. Go ahead,
about.
Patty.
No, I have no idea what technical changes they're looking at. I
Yep.
can't think of any.
Yep. Yes.
Thank you. How would you characterize the president's role in this DHS funding battle? Do you think he's necessary to finally get it over the line? And with the next deadline less than 6 months away, what does this mean?
When the president is focused on his ballroom instead of on American security and getting this passed, he's a lot less than useful. Last one.
Do you expect enough Democrats to support the motion to proceed?
Look, I think there's a broad consensus in our caucus. Of course, we want to see FISA done, but it needs some changes, and we need to see those. Okay, thank you.
Bad. Oh, my bad, y'all. I was on mute. I was talking the whole time. Yeah, man. I can't believe, they just made it through that. That's one thing that stuck with me, man, when it comes to this whole entire situation. It just, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm on the fence still. I'm still on the fence about this whole hotel room situation.
Surprisingly calm in his first court appearance today. And I say surprising because Cole Allen is facing now a possible life sentence for Saturday night's alleged attack on the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Today, in a D.C. federal court, prosecutors revealed again these 3 charges against him: transportation of a firearm and ammunition over state lines with the intent to commit a felony, discharge of a firearm during a crime of violence, and attempted assassination of the President of the United States. We put out the potential penalties there. The last charge carries that possible penalty of life behind bars. Now, despite that, Allen, who did not enter a plea, was apparently composed as the judge questioned him. Even as prosecutors unveiled a harrowing affidavit outlining Allen's alleged crimes. According to that affidavit, Allen traveled from his home in Torrance, California to Washington by way of train with the alleged intent of political assassination. He was allegedly armed with a pump-action shotgun, a handgun, 3 knives. And once at the gala, prosecutors claim he fired that shotgun a single time before being subdued by Secret Service. And again, 1 Secret Service agent was shot in the chest. Good news, thankfully, he was wearing that body armor.
I don't see how he got down through there, guys.
and
That's the
not
one thing
another
that's been
member of
sitting
Secret
with me.
Service who actually shot that agent. But the affidavit also references a roughly 1,000-word manifesto allegedly written by Allen, which, by the
Where he
way,
told on
prosecutors
himself.
say he sent just minutes before the attack. That is key from a legal point of view. We'll talk about that. And in it, Allen allegedly spells out the motive here, saying in part, onto why I did any of this. I am a citizen of the United States of America. What my representatives do reflects on me, and I am no longer willing to permit a pedophile,
get the Secret
racist,
Service
and
some money in
traitor
their pocket,
to coat
man.
my
Come on
hands
now.
with his crimes. Those are his alleged words. And prosecutors claim they want to keep Allen in jail. A detention hearing is set for Thursday. And an oppressor after court wrapped up, Jeanine Pirro, again, the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, made it clear that the case against Allen was just beginning.
Those charges are only 3 charges that are in the complaint that has been presented in federal district court about an hour ago. There will be additional charges as this investigation continues to unfold.
Now, all this might come as a shock to those who knew Allen. He was a graduate of Caltech, earning a bachelor's in mechanical engineering, worked part-time as a teacher and tutor, even winning Teacher of the Month in 2024. His public defender also noted he has no prior criminal record. But with the full force of the federal government stacked against him.
What happened to this guy? What made him flip? What made him go off course? Was it the rhetoric, guys? That's what we've been hearing. Rhetoric. So somebody been, feeding him the wrong information, guys, and they saying this led to him crashing out. I think he was just crazy. He went crazy and he just crashed out on his own.
Allen is going to face an uphill climb at his preliminary hearing May 11th. That's where prosecutors have to establish there's sufficient evidence for the case to move forward. It's a low bar to prove. So joining me now for a closer look at the legal picture is legendary trial attorney, host of the podcast Reasonable Doubt and Two Angry Men. Love having Mark Garagos on. Mark, so good to see you. I want to start right now with the attempted assassination charge, because we can always say proving intent can be tough. Here, though, the allegations, the manifesto, the timing of when it was sent, so close in time to this alleged incident, and the direction where he is accused of going armed, wouldn't that it seems to support that. What holes do you potentially see in that top charge?
Well, I'll tell you, if I had a nickel for every time a prosecutor had argued premeditation or intent could be formed in the split second, here you've got, if you're a prosecutor, the idea that somebody has written a very coherent manifesto is what they're calling it, but I would call it a admissions and confessions and a premeditated kind of blueprint, and sent it minutes before they took the action. It's a real problem for the defense in this case. And the other real problem for the defense in this case, at first blush when this was reported, this gentleman did not fit the type. If there is a type, and profilers will tell you that there are types of somebody who would do this or commit this act or be the person you would suspect. And normally you would look for all the indicia or badges of a mental health issue. absent, and I don't mean to be a smartass about this, but absent TDS, a Trump derangement syndrome, which,
That's not a legal defense, though. I've never heard that as a legal defense.
It's not a.
Yeah, is Trump derangement
Exactly.
syndrome a real thing? Oh, man, he just threw that in there.
And I don't mean it
That
as a
ain't real,
smartass, but
even though he said
somebody
all the
is
time.
going to, as they do the kind of investigation into this and the building a defense and have him examined by mental health professionals, are going to have to explain and see if there is a plausible basis for at some point him kind of crossing over into mental illness, because otherwise
it'll be a challenge, because look, even him allegedly running through the security perimeter would suggest, I know I'm about to break the law. I know what I'm doing is illegal.
Well, by the way, part of the things that, tough facts, how about the fact that I'm carrying buckshot so that I can kind of target the people I want to target?
How about he just ran through them dudes, no problem?
That's interesting.
It's
That's
really,
a good point.
Yeah, there are some really, really bad facts in this case.
When they talk about potential additional charges, what additional charges, I don't know, both at a federal, maybe state level, or could we be looking at here?
Well, the District of Columbia has this kind of unique setup, and even though this is set for a preliminary hearing, I would expect that they're going to go by way of an indictment. Most times that's what's going to happen. And if they do indict, I would expect a flurry of charges that would include others that are there. You can stack up counts, and prosecutors love to do this in terms of anybody who is in the general vicinity could be another count, so to speak. And then it also depends. They're going to probably, and are probably already working on any kind of ballistics evidence or evidence on who actually fired the shot that hit the Secret Service agent, because then there's going to be a separate legal theory that's going to be utilized for that if it was not his bullet.
I want to jump on something that Katie said in her show, and it's the idea of, this is very different, but I have to ask this question now in light of where we are, the Luigi Mangione effect. Is there a possibility that in today's political climate, it may be difficult to find a fair and impartial jury, which he's entitled to, 100% he's entitled to, but because of the nature of this incident and the potential nature of the alleged victim in this case, we're talking about the President of the United States, I don't know if it'll be a challenge or not, that people might find some sort of sympathy with what this guy's accused of doing. Then again, look at the Ryan Ruth case out in Florida. I don't think it was a problem there.
No, and I think what people have to understand is absent.
Is it the rhetoric that's
unusual
causing this kind of thing,
circumstances,
guys?
when jurors are sworn in, jurors take their duties very, very seriously. Now, mind you, Judge Jeanine has had problems getting grand juries to indict in the District of Columbia on this particular DOJ related prosecutions. I don't think she's going to have that.
Different cases.
Yeah, I really don't.
Yeah, much different cases. Mark Garagos, talked to you for an hour. Thank you so much. Always appreciate you taking the time.
Thanks.
So a different angle, when it comes to the entire situation with Allen being able to just basically run through. You hear me? Basically just run through the Secret Service like they wasn't even standing there, guys. That had me. He made it past them like they wasn't even there. That's crazy. That's crazy. But we do have word from Comey, guys. You know what I'm saying? It says Comey addressed his second indictment. I'm still innocent. So he was indicted today, for the second time. And basically he's coming out saying that he's innocent. This is what they saying that he said.
Back to the takeout. Thanks for hanging out with us. CBS News polling shows somewhat tight race for California's governor in the open primary in that state. Republican Steve Hilton, 16%. Democrats Tom Steyer, Javier Becerra, trailing him somewhat closely. But look at that. 26% of those polled undecided. The candidates will hold their second debate tonight, hosted by CBS. I want to mention that at 8:30 p.m. Eastern, that will be simulcast right here on CBS News 24/7. I want to bring in our political panel, Democratic strategist and former senior advisor to the DNC, Zach Petkanis, and a well-recognized figure in New York politics, former Republican New York City mayoral candidate Curtis Sliwa. Before we get to the California thing, gentlemen, great to have you with you. I want to read a statement we just got from James Comey, former FBI.
Comey, guys.
Well, they're back, he says. This time about a picture of seashells on a North Carolina beach a year ago, and this won't be the end of it, but nothing has changed with me. I'm still innocent, I'm still not afraid, and I still believe in the independent federal judiciary. So let's go. Curtis, your reaction to the second indictment of James Comey, former FBI director, over seashells that said 8647.
Now, was this done by the Department of Justice and the interim attorney general, or is this done by Donald Trump himself in his act of vengeance and revenge? This is like The Godfather, you know, he's out with a vendetta. Stop it. You see, your polls are so bad. We're gonna get destroyed in the midterm elections. And now he's going to go after Tish James, all of his other perceived or real enemies. It's not what you should be using the Department of Justice. He was embarrassed the first time. He'll be embarrassed again.
And this is not just bad justice, but bad politics from your point of view.
Absolutely. People are not interested in this. Affordability, cost of living, and the fact that a cost of a gallon of gas average $4.17. What the hell are we doing in Iran?
Zach, I don't think you need to add very much to that.
No, I agree, but I think it's actually pretty directly connected to the affordability piece. This is an attempt to distract from the fact that gas prices, as Curtis just said, are $4 a gallon, that we have the price of beef is up 12% over the last year. They'll do anything to try to change.
All right, let's pause there for a second. You know, we have another form of breaking news, guys. We have Trump and the First Lady entertaining King Charles at the White House, guys. I think it's about to start. Maybe, maybe not. What do y'all think about the royals being in Washington? Hold on real quick. I thought they were pulling up. They ain't there. I guess they ain't there yet. Okay. Let's go back to where we were. My bad. I thought it was about to kick off. I heard voices. Hold on. Well, we got that coming as soon as some kind of action starts happening. But we'll go back to where we were just at. Hold on. Right here. Yeah, with the response from Comey. That's where we was at.
Change the subject, even with this nutty vengeance track that Curtis talked about to try to change the subject.
Let's go out to California, my home state where I grew up. San Diego's where I'm from. There's an open primary in California, so the top two finishers go to the general election. Zach, this is a persistent question for Democrats. Is there going to be a Democrat in there in the top two? Is it going to be Tom Steyer, of all people, a billionaire who suddenly become Mr. Progressive?
Look, I think that the California race is, I'm not sure who the Democratic nominee is going to be, but I think there is definitely going to be one. But I think the interesting thing for me is on the Republican side is Steve Hilton, who seems to be consolidating amongst Republicans. That should be
got the Trump endorsement,
which I think is actually really bad news for California Republicans. The Trump endorsement, he is so toxic right now with gas prices in California that are skyrocketing. We have grocery prices that are going crazy because of the tariffs. Steve Hilton is going to have to own every single one of those Trump policies because of this endorsement. And that is bad news for Republicans in California.
Curtis, you have lived experience with being a Republican in a place or a jurisdiction that is predominantly Democratic. California didn't always exist that way, but it exists that way now. Any advice for Steve Hilton?
Well, they got an advantage with this guerrilla primary, right? You could end up with two Republicans. But my problem with Hilton has nothing with what he stands for. But now that the king and the queen are over here, and I hate the royalty, up the rebels, right? I listened to this guy's English accent, and I said, you know, Californians are pretty open-minded. But I think when all is said and done, That's going to resonate. That's going to hurt him. I actually like the sheriff from Riverside County. I know he's
Chad Bianco.
Right. He's trailing in the polls, but I think he's the better candidate if you're looking at a Republican.
So here in New York, I've got to talk to you gentlemen about New York. The governor has proposed a pied-à-terre tax. Now, I don't know what that is. I don't know what a pied-à-terre is from a poppy seed muffin. I'm not wealthy enough for that. But apparently it's about people who have second homes. Let's run this soundbite from current New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani about that policy. Listen.
I'm thrilled to announce we've secured a pied-à-terre tax, the first in New York's history. This is an annual fee on luxury properties worth more than $5 million, whose owners do not live full-time in the city. Like for this penthouse, which hedge fund CEO Ken Griffin bought for $238 million.
Curtis.
You know, the Citadel billionaire must be the most unlucky guy in the world. He loves Chirac.
That's Ken Griffin, right?
He loves Chicago. He had to pick up and move. Who can blame him there? You know, he'd be subject to drive-by shootings. Comes to New York. He's got his penthouse. He has another apartment. And he's all bent out of shape that Zohran Mamdani's out downstairs doing a video. Meantime, they're backdooring it with the governor. And you know who started this whole pied-à-terre, you know, the second tax, pied-à-terre? It was Andrew Cuomo. That's where it all started. Cuomo's the architect. Zohran Mamdani's the apprentice. And they're just going to have to get used to it. And if they don't
Good
like
idea
it,
or bad idea?
I'm saying if they don't want to pay it, they're free to move. That's what's great about America. Montana, Wyoming, there's plenty of land.
Yeah, they done got off somewhere else. I don't know where they going. I don't know where they going. You know what I'm saying? But we kind of lightly touched on the Jimmy Kimmel situation, guys. You know, that's taking place right there. It's a lot of people outraged about his joke that he told. You know what I'm saying? Check this out in regards to the First Lady, Melania Trump.
And the First Lady puts out a statement demanding you be fired from your job. We've all been there, right?
That was Jimmy Kimmel after President Trump called for ABC to fire him again.
I said, our First Lady Melania is here. Look at her, so beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow, which...
Yeah. Was that over the line, guys?
About their age difference and the look of joy we see on her face every time they're together. It was a very light roast joke about the fact that he's almost 80 and she's younger than I am.
Kimmel gave a monologue on his show 2 days before a gunman opened fire at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. The First Lady called his words corrosive. Later, President Trump said on social media that Kimmel should, quote, be immediately fired by Disney and ABC. Now, all this is a similar demand.
I see some of y'all saying no, some of y'all saying yes.
In the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's
all of y'all subscribe to the channel. Press that subscribe button.
Suspended the show indefinitely, only to bring it back on the air in less than a week. Kimmel pointed out that he has been, quote, bold for many years in speaking out against gun violence.
Well, I agree that hateful and violent rhetoric is something we should reject. I do, and I think a great place to start to dial that back would be to have a conversation with your husband about it, because I also should point out, Donald Trump is allowed to say whatever he wants to say, as are you, and as am I, as are all of us, because under the First Amendment, we have, as Americans, a right to free speech.
CNN has reached out to representatives for ABC and Kimmel for comment.
Just 2 days prior to the shooting, ABC's late-night host Jimmy Kimmel disgustingly called First Lady Melania Trump an expectant widow. Who in their right minds says a wife would be glowing?
Is it the rhetoric, guys? Ties right into the rhetoric situation. Is it the rhetoric, guys?
Comedy show host Jimmy Kimmel questions this morning on whether Kimmel will be forced off the air. The president and First Lady Melania Trump calling on ABC and Disney to fire him following comments he made last week prior to the assassination attempt of the president. During a comedy skit here, he made fun of the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Kimmel referred to the First Lady as an expectant widow. We have decided on this show not to air that soundbite, but we want to show you what he said. This right here, this is a quote. And of course, our First Lady Melania is here, looking so beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow. That was the message right there that Melania was not pleased with at all. Yesterday, in a rare Instagram post, The First Lady spoke out about this, and then the president took to social media at the very bottom of his lengthy message. He says right here, Jimmy Kimmel should be immediately fired by Disney and ABC. ABC and Disney have not responded. You'll recall last year, ABC briefly suspended the late night show altogether amid comments he made following the assassination of Turning Point founder and believer conservative Charlie Kirk. During last night's airing of Jimmy Kimmel, Kimmel tried to backpedal his comments from last week, but the White House appears poised to go after him, and they're going to do it strongly. Again, pushing for him to be fired. ABC and Disney have not released a statement yet.
They want him gone, guys, again.
That was White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt this afternoon, hours after the First Lady called for Jimmy Kimmel to be fired. They were expressing outrage over a sketch the ABC late night talk show host did last Thursday, 2 days before the White House correspondent dinner and the attack on Saturday night. In Kimmel's monologue, he pretends to be the master of ceremonies for the dinner, delivering jokes. Here's the one the White House is calling out.
And of course, our First Lady Melania is here. Look at Melania, so beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow.
This morning, First Lady Melania
Was that
took to
over
X,
the
writing
line,
George
guys?
Kimmel's
Was that
hateful
too
and violent
far?
Rhetoric is intended to divide our country. His monologue about my family isn't comedy. His words are corrosive and deepens the political sickness within America. She added, enough is enough. It's time for ABC to take a stand. How many times will ABC's leadership enable Kimmel's atrocious behavior at the expense of our community? Minutes after Carolyn Leavitt spoke, the president made a post describing Kimmel's joke as, quote, despicable call to violence, and went on to say Jimmy Kimmel should be immediately fired by Disney and ABC. So far, there's been no response from Kimmel or ABC. He is shortly going to be recording his show for tonight and will likely address the controversy. Of course, this is not the first time he's faced calls to resign or be fired from the Trump administration. Last summer, he mocked the president for talking about the White House East Wing renovation when a reporter asked him about Charlie Kirk's assassination. Kimmel said on his show at the time that, quote, many in MAGA land are working very hard to capitalize on the murder of Charlie Kirk. That led to Kimmel being suspended for nearly a week before being put back on air.
The president and First Lady now calling on ABC to fire late-night host Jimmy Kimmel for a joke he made late last week referring to Melania as, quote, an expectant widow just days before an attempted assassination on her husband. Now, the comments were made during a parody of the White House Correspondents' Dinner that aired on Thursday night. During his monologue, the comedian took several jabs at the president before addressing Melania.
Am I right, Dog the Bounty Hunter? That's right. We miss you so much. And of course, our First Lady Melania is here. Look at Melania, so beautiful. Mrs. Trump, you have a glow like an expectant widow.
Now, the First Lady taking to social media today to call the jokes, quote, corrosive, and said they deepen the political sickness within America. The president following up with another post shortly after saying Jimmy Kimmel should be immediately fired by Disney and ABC. Now, this isn't the first time Kimmel has been in hot water with the Trump administration. Last year, ABC briefly suspended the late night show amid comments he made following the assassination of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. ABC, Disney, and Kimmel's publicist have not yet responded to requests for comments at this time.
Just 2 days prior to the shooting, ABC's late night host Jimmy Kimmel disgustingly called First Lady Melania Trump an expectant widow. Who in their
President Trump hosts King Charles at the White House, guys. This is live. President Trump hosts King Charles III at the White House, guys. Live. This is live.
Order. Oh. Ready, face. Port on. Forward. One. Back. Right. Right.
You still hot? Can I stand up? Yeah, I'm feeding. So you're not. Oh, God, I'll stay. Watch the van. Get a van coming. Runs over. Agreed. No.
Well, that was fast. Yeah, that was extremely fast, faster than I could have anticipated. It was breakneck speed fast. It was there and then it was gone. I know that can't be it. That can't be it. Hold on. No, I don't trust this one. Let's see. They went to just a silent screen. That's crazy. Continue to double tap that screen, guys. Let me get up off here. But either way, you know what I'm saying? We got the beginning of it. I'm all good with it. It doesn't, it really doesn't matter. We covered all the topics we were supposed to cover as far as Trump, giving the address today, as well as King Charles III. I mean, they said this was like the first time or something like this, or first time in a long time since like a foreign person have came and addressed Congress. But they say he most definitely did it. He did a great job. Let them tell it, So, hey, we don't have anything to complain about. I just most definitely bring you the information. Don't be saying, hey, man, you don't know how they like to do. But I most definitely brought y'all as much information as I could. I really just came on to show the Trump and King Charles situation, but it kind of expanded into a lot of other things, with James Comey being indicted today for the second time by the feds, by the DH, by the what is it? The Department of Justice. You know what I'm saying? Basically, they got him on threats to the president, guys, and where we heard a lot of rhetoric talk being spoken, throughout these videos I've been playing. So a lot of people seem to think that a lot of these attacks and negative press that's coming at Donald Trump is because the people who don't like them are speaking in such ways about him, which is making people want to unalive him, and when it comes to the whole Cole Allen situation, it's a lot of people that believe that was staged. They say that Trump just wanted to get a ballroom. You know what I'm saying? So he had this situation set up, allegedly. Not saying that he actually did, just saying that's what's being reported online and gaining a lot of attention, even from the mainstream media. A lot of people just can't believe that this guy was able to make it past the Secret Service. I know it ain't just me. He just ran right past them. But anyway, y'all know I usually be here Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m., man. If you like this brand of entertainment, make sure you tap in with me. I most definitely will be bringing you the latest and breaking of all the news I can find that's going on that catches my interest at that time. So once again, this is your brand of entertainment. You like this kind of entertainment with the news, most definitely subscribe to the channel. Double tap that screen if you have not. That's how you hit the like button. It's free. It don't cost you a dime. Support the platform by hitting the like button, man. The likes are very necessary. It shows YouTube I'm doing a great job, man. Shout out to all of the new subscribers. Shout out to all my old subscribers. Shout out to all of my members. Shout out to my moderators, guys, for keeping this chat running smooth. I know sometimes it get crazy over here, but I most definitely appreciate y'all. Sidewalk Gang, check in out. I catch y'all on the next one. Y'all be good.